Peace, fam. This Kwanzaa step into self-mastery with our Nguza Saba Challenge e-course. Slash from $599 down to $99. Why join? Because you get the opportunity to cultivate your growth. Tap into ancestral wisdom for personal evolution. Learn flexibly. On-demand videos, audios, and daily activities. Empower yourself. Build confidence and impact your world. This is open to all. No prior experience needed. Here's the perks. You'll get access to exclusive digital resources. You get a private group for daily motivation and discussion. Invest in yourself this Kwanzaa. Become your destiny's master and join the congregation of the mighty. Enroll now in NguzaSabaChallenge.com. Discount code Kwanzaa 2023. Limited time. This all ends January the 2nd, 2024. Take advantage.
In a realm where ancient trees whispered age-old secrets and rivers flowed with the wisdom of ages, there stood a village guarded by the spirit of unity and understanding. In this village lived a young warrior named Kofi, whose heart was a cauldron of courage, but whose mind was shrouded in the mist of uncertainty. Kofi sought the light of wisdom, the guiding flame that would illuminate his path to lead his people. Under the gaze of the moon, Kofi approached the elders, venerable sages who had walked many moons on their own journeys of enlightenment. Elder Amara, with eyes reflecting the depth of the skies, spoke gently. Kofi, your quest for wisdom is a journey towards the flame of Kwanzaa, a sacred fire that burns at the world's edge. It is not just a beacon of enlightenment, but a symbol of self-mastery and community strength. Remember, the path to it is not just a walk, but a dance of learning and growth. Embracing his destiny, Kofi embarked on his quest. His first trial was a valley shrouded in darkness, where shadows of doubt and fear lurked. As he bravely navigated this valley, Kofi learned to kindle the light within his heart, understanding that courage is the first spark in conquering one's fears. Beyond the valley, Kofi discovered a garden in disarray, its harmony disrupted. He observed the language of the earth, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. In this communion with nature, Kofi gleaned that wisdom often blooms in the quiet embrace of the earth's rhythms. His journey then led him to a fractured community, its unity dimmed by discord. With empathy and wisdom, Kofi mended the fragmented bonds, weaving a tapestry of understanding and respect. Through this, he realized that the strength of a community lies in its collective flame, burning brighter together. Finally, Kofi reached the edge of the world where the mythical flame of Kwanzaa danced in its eternal glory. Its radiance was a symphony of the principles he had learned: unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Yet, in its scintillating dance, Kofi found no ancient scripts or mystical chants. Instead, he found a reflection of his journey, an echo of his growth. In that moment of revelation, Kofi understood. The journey was not about the destination, but about the enlightenment along the way. The wisdom he sought was kindled within him, fueled by the experiences and lessons of his path. Returning as a beacon of guidance, Kofi shared his odyssey. His village saw not the youth who had left them, but a leader, illuminated and wise. And Kofi, with newfound humility, knew that his journey under the flame of Kwanzaa was not an end, but a beginning. Thus, like Kofi, may we all tread our paths with courage, seeking not just the wisdom of the world, but the flame within, guided by enduring principles and the eternal light of the flame of Kwanzaa. Thank you for watching.
As the year draws to a close, we approach a time of reflection and celebration with Kwanzaa. More than a festive holiday, Kwanzaa is a profound journey of cultural and personal discovery, connecting us to our African heritage and guiding us towards communal empowerment and self-mastery. honoring our African heritage for personal growth. Kwanzaa is an invitation to jump into the rich traditions and values of our African culture. It's a period of connecting with our roots, understanding our history, and drawing inspiration and wisdom from our heritage. This exploration is pivotal in our personal development journey, offering lessons and strength that guide us in self-mastery. Fostering unity and community strength. Central to Kwanzaa is the principle of unity, umoja, reminding us of the strength found in collective bonds. It's a time when we come together, reinforcing our connections and working towards shared goals. By fostering unity, we not only uplift our community, but also find support and motivation for our individual growth paths. Reflecting on the 7 principles for personal mastery, the Nguzo Saba, or the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, are powerful tools for personal and community development. These principles, unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith, serve as a guide for self-improvement and community enrichment. They encourage us to introspect, set personal goals, and contribute positively to our surroundings. Celebrating African American culture and identity through music, dance, storytelling, and traditional ceremonies, Kwanzaa is a vibrant expression of African American culture. It's an opportunity to share and celebrate our unique cultural identity, enriching our sense of belonging and pride. Commitment to continuous improvement and growth. Kwanzaa inspires us to look inward, reflect on our achievements and challenges, and set aspirations for the future. It's a time to reaffirm our commitment to personal excellence and to contribute meaningfully to our community's growth. Join the celebration of cultural richness and self-discovery. Whether you're already familiar with Kwanzaa or are newly exploring its traditions, we invite you to join this enriching celebration. It's an opportunity for everyone to learn, share, and grow together, embracing the principles that foster personal development and community strength. Happy Kwanzaa. Let's honor our past, celebrate our present, and stride confidently into the future, carrying the spirit of Kwanzaa with us throughout the year. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and let's grow together. To learn more, go to freegyecourse.com. Thank you for listening.
Habari gani, Kuumba. Habari gani, Kuumba. Now we've arrived at Principle 6 in our new series, A Kwanzaa Minute by Doc Ock. Principle number 6, Kuumba, creativity. For that principle, we light the 6th candle, 3rd candle on the left, the last of the red candles, for the principle of Kuumba. Creativity. In a nutshell, creativity is being able to create something from nothing, which we're experts at. The proverb for today is a borrowed fiddle can't finish a tune. And this is a Rhodesian proverb. So the proverbial poem to go along with it, I call Something from Nothing. Can you get a tune from a broken fiddle? Can you get blood out of a rock? Can you make sense of a broken riddle? If you can't, maybe what you need is just a little Kuumba. When you can make something from nothing, that's Kuumba. When you invent a windmill to save your village, that's Kuumba. When you can do more with a nickel than a monkey can do with a peanut, that's Kuumba. When you build a factory to make bamboo bicycles, that's Kuumba. When you can turn a frown upside down with little more than a wink and a nod, that's Kuumba. When you create a gas mask that saves thousands of lives, that's Kuumba. Kuumba is what we do when we make things better in our neighborhood. Anytime you do what they said could not be done, that's Kuumba. Kuumba to the left, Kuumba to the right, Kuumba uptown, Kuumba downtown, Kuumba all around. That's what we need today. Kuumba. Tutaanana. Imani.
Hello, I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, and I am honored to participate in your program today that celebrates African heritage. Also, I want to acknowledge all of the board members, current and past, for their work in the long, rich, and winding historical trail of the Tawi family village, and to Miss Emily Bailey, who helped coordinate today's event. Thank you. When I think of how Kwanzaa began in the 1960s, based on ideas borrowed from an ancient African Swahili 7-day-long harvest celebration, I could not think of 7 better principles that are needed as we face so many injustices in our nation, in our state, and right here at home. As you know, Kwanzaa has 7 principles that span from umoja, which means unity, to imani, which means faith. Here are my thoughts on how important unity and faith are to me and my work in Congress. In some of the most contentious times, and in the midst of discussing some of the most divisive topics and working with colleagues' varying views, it is unity that will help us get to the finish line. It is through our faith that change, opportunity, and equality will come. So in the spirit of this first day of Kwanzaa, unity, we must not give up. Collectively, we must push through trying times while supporting one another and coming together as a community. It is time to create and demand change, to speak in one voice and reflect on the blessings of our culture and honor our history and our ancestors, because divided we are weak, united we are a force. My career success as a proud HBCU graduate, businesswoman, college administrator, Ohio's first female Democratic House leader, United States Congresswoman, and now chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, was aided and guided by many of the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, commencing with unity. I think about how throughout history, unity has been a guiding force in voting rights, civil rights, jobs, fair housing, health care, and justice movements. Today, more than ever, in the wake of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Casey Goodson, Andre Hill, and so many others, we need unity. We need unity as we fight the COVID-19 pandemic, economic and racial inequities, poverty, and racism as a national crisis. My call to action is for us to join together in unity as we celebrate Kwanzaa. So to all witnessing this day, children and adults, in the words of Umoja and Imani, we continue to unite in faith as we hold hands, hold signs, march in our streets, and yes, fight against social injustice. Unity. Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, and I approve this message.
Some of the boys is 1A for the draft, man. Now, what we gonna do if they get called? Go underground?
Yeah. If they can beat it, they should. But we recruit every non-vet we can get. Right now, I'm trying to recruit Dawson as a double agent.
Turk, You really think we can win?
In guerrilla warfare, the winning is in not losing. When you sleep on the floor, you can't fall out of bed.
Then what we trying to do, man?
Fight Whitey to a standstill. Force him to make a choice between the two things which he seems to dig most of all. There is no way that the United States can police the world and keep us on our ass too unless we cooperate. When we revolt, we reduce it to a simple choice. Whitey finds out he can't make either.
Man, I simply just love this damn movie. This is a Gye-Nyame journey necessity. This is a Gye-Nyame journey movie that you have to see. If you're not watching this movie, if you're not checking this movie out, you're not Gye-Nyame journey. You're not in the culture, family. But this movie is key, right? If you sleep on the floor, you can't fall out of bed. Key concept. Get it. By the way, Gye-Nyame date 11/27/20-4. Let's get this adventure started. All right, family, we are now checking out a film. Of course, y'all know. I mean, I do it all the time. But it's The Spook Who Sat by the Door, created, I think it was released on September 21st, 1973. Created by a brother by the name of Sam Greenlee. Now, this is a pivotal story for those of us in Gye-Nyame journey. Why? Because the ending is incredible. The story for me has always been incredible because it talked about the possibilities of what happened when a group of black folks get together and decide to determine their own destiny. Now, that's the power of it. But how can I use this in my framework, Brother Houghton? Because racism is not a big thing for me right now, and I'm just trying to advance in my career. So, this scene has two major components. First off, it talks about guerrilla warfare. They say in guerrilla warfare, the object is not to lose. Winning is in not losing. So now, as long as you are putting out your brand, you are putting up your advertisements, you are putting up your content, you're doing what you are supposed to be doing, family, you are winning, right? You might not have as many viewers as you want, but you are winning. You know what I'm saying? But you got to have the content out there. You have to be fighting, right? Guerrilla wars are fought by individuals who are committed to a cause, and they go out and they say, boom, I can't beat this individual straight up by going up and facing them one-on-one and, you know, I'm attacking them. So I got to hit, and I got to hit and hide and aggravate them and get them to do stupid things. And in many cases, this is how we got to deal with the media landscape that we are in, right? The internet has been given to us, and we have to be able to throw out content that will spark the minds of those people who think like us, right? And in being able to do that, you know what I'm saying, and you still being able to do that after a certain period of time means that you're not losing. If you are able to put out your content, you're not losing, right? Now, but what we have to do is come up with a structure so that we could go and learn how to put it out so that it could hit as many people as possible. And the only way that you can learn that is through trial and error, experimenting. Because even when you take these expensive ass classes, because some of these classes are expensive, a lot of people start at $1,000 to help you out with what you're doing, right? They're gonna pull $1,000 up out of you, right? But the piece is, even when you take these classes, if you are not active, if you are not using the tools, if you are not identifying your specific niche, your niche, you will always end up losing and feel like you're not making progress. But if you are able still to stream, if you are able to get up and do your stuff on a regular basis, you are winning. Because in guerrilla warfare, and winning is not losing, and you're not losing. So you're still able to put up content for now. All right, so the next piece on here, which is the most important piece because this is the piece I stress. He says that when you sleep on the floor, you can't fall out of bed. Now, I want y'all to think about this, right? Because this is that hard living that many of us that believe in what we're doing, but nobody else necessarily believe in what you're doing. You have to get out and you have to do. You have to get out and you have to go on and promote your brand, promote your tribe, and build it. Even though other people might be looking at you like you crazy, right? Even though you may be living hard, you're going to have to downsize like I had to do here at Gye-Nyame Journey.media. You have to downsize in order, you know what I'm saying, so that you could do it, because you can't, I don't got nowhere to fall. I'm sleeping on the floor. You know what I'm saying? And what's crazy about this philosophy from this movie is that I lived my 20s and my 30s like this. I always slept on the floor. You know, I was just like, I thought it was about being hard, but no, it's a mind state. If I'm already at the bottom, there's nowhere I could fall. So fuck it. Let me put my shit out here. If I'm already at the bottom, why am I holding all my ideas? Many of you holding your ideas like somebody waiting around to steal them. And even if they steal your ideas, you can find a way to make a come up off of it if it was really your idea. Right? You're sitting on gold mines. I look around me all the time, and I try to remind some of the elders and some of the young people and some of the nation builders and people my age, I try to remind you are a wealth of knowledge. You are a gold mine. I'm looking at a gold mine, and you sitting up here just allowing the gold to stay up on the ground. You're not bringing it up. So what we have to be able to do in what we in our brands is to bring those individuals that we find at our gold mines. They might not even know that they're gold mines, and help them start discovering who they are. And that's what we are here for at Gye-Nyame Journey, to help you discover the gold that's lying in you, to help you discover the oil that's lying in you, to help you to discover those hidden minerals and those hidden gems that can be turned into wealth. Right? Because you already on the floor. You're already sleeping on the floor. You can't fall out the bed. So when you already at the bottom, what the fuck you got to lose by trying to do something? Trying to expose the world to how you think. You know what I'm saying? What separates how you see the world from how Elijah Muhammad saw the world? What separates how you see the world from how Martin Luther King and those that was involved in the civil rights movement, or the Black Panthers? What separates it? You know what separates it? You being quiet, right? You sleeping on the floor, suffering in silence. You're sleeping on the floor with knowledge in silence. You're sleeping on the floor knowing something that could benefit the world in silence. That's what separates you. Elijah Muhammad had an idea that could change the world. Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement, those individuals involved in the civil rights movement, had an idea that could change the world. Black Panthers had an idea that could change the world. Many other people out there had ideas that could change the world, but they didn't stay quiet about it. Why? Because they was at the bottom, and when they realized it was at the bottom, they realized that they had absolutely nothing to lose. Family, I'm trying to stress the fact that most of us have absolutely nothing to lose. Most of the lives that a lot of us are living, and I know this is going to hit some people in the wrong way, most of the lives that we are living are built on illusions. I'm going to take a sip on that one. Are built on illusions. And we're trying to maintain that illusion by being quiet on the bottom. But you know what you can actually produce on the bottom? Absolutely nothing. But once you start speaking out, you'll be able to expose people to ideas that they might not even thought, or you might be able to confirm ideas that other people had already been thinking about but thought they was crazy because they was the only ones that had the idea. So stop hiding your light. You know what I'm saying? Get out here and do guerrilla marketing. There's a whole book on it called Guerrilla Marketing that you can get into, and you can figure out how to market yourself underground. You know what I'm saying? Hell, you can get with Gye-Nyame Journey and we can help you with that, right? We got our free 7-day e-course. We advise different people who want to do social media campaigns and things like that, and we can help you grow your idea. We can help you grow your brand. We can help you grow your tribe, or hell, we could welcome you into our tribe. Stop being satisfied with being stuck. It's not sexy. It's not sexy. Sleeping on the ground is not sexy. I know for some of y'all, it's like, oh, poverty and blah, blah, blah. It makes me hard, blah, blah, blah. That shit's not sexy. After you did it for a while, it's not sexy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Get sexy. Get a bed. Stop sleeping on the goddamn floor. Internet has provided all of us with a possibility of building a bed. What are you building? By being quiet. By just looking at other people's shit. And I know I can't be the only one with this, like, damn, I thought about that years ago, and somebody else is doing it on the internet and blowing up. That don't frustrate you? All right. So, yo, check it out. Hit us up on our Facebook page. Hit us up on our Instagram page. Hit us up on our Twitter page. Hit us up inboxes, right? Or you could just go to Gye-Nyame and join the tribe, right? Come on out. And we can help you develop the idea and build up what it is that you're trying to do. I want to thank you. I am Brother Hatim, and I am a part of Gye-Nyame Journey Tribe. Actually, it was called Gye-Nyame Tribe. Then we added the Journey, blah, blah, blah. That's a long story. I'll get into that a little bit later. But it's Gye-Nyame Journey. You know what I'm saying? Come and join us at Gye-Nyame Journey. That allow us to help you push forward and build what it is that you have. You know what I'm saying? You got a business idea. Why are you sitting on it? If you got an ebook idea, why are you sitting on it? If you got a e-course, why are you sitting on it? You know what I'm saying? The world needs to hear your voice, and we're here to help you expand it. But hey, if you satisfy sleeping on the floor, you know what I'm saying? Just don't come at us with no righteous shit. Because sleeping on the floor when you don't have to sleep on the floor is not righteousness. I'm just saying. It's something else. And that's something that you have to figure out. And I hope you do. This is Brother Hatim. Once again, we are GNJ.media. You see it up on the screen right now. I am out. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for attending the Kwanzaa event for 2021. And what I am getting ready to do right now is that in the spirit of Kwanzaa, I am asking and inviting all of the elders that are 55 years and older to step into the room and please take your place.
When we hear the drum call, everyone should quietly go to their seat and wait for the elders to be escorted to the front of the room to their place of honor. However, in this year, 2020, we know that COVID-19 has caused every organization to do things differently. So we're having a virtual celebration. An elder is anyone older than 54 years, and we honor them by asking them to come to the front of the room. But because we are virtual, we're asking our elders to make sure they are attending the Zoom celebration with us. We honor them because of their life experiences. We value that. And many of us have learned a great deal about the 7 principles of Kwanzaa even before we knew what they were called. Elders teach and guide us through life lessons for the rest of our lives. Elders, I ask for your permission to continue our program.
As you have
Amen.
Amen.
I go.
I go. As you have heard in words that are spoken in Swahili, we use the words I go, which means may I have your attention, and we also use the words I may, which means may I have your permission to speak.
The formal greeting is really a Swahili term as well, Habari Gani, which means what's the news? So if I say Habari Gani, then your comment would be Ujima Habari Gani, because Ujima is the 3rd principle and today is the 3rd day. Our theme?
Our theme for Kwanzaa 2021 is as follows: creating a legacy for our heritage and our culture.
As you know, our African beliefs and practices are in constant change in the world we live in today. However, we have to hold strong to the belief that culture is the fundamental source of a people's identity, their purpose, and their direction. In 1619, when the slaves came to America, the white man tried very hard to erase our culture. Today, we have to continue to honor it and keep it in the present so that our children will have a better future. Ashe?
Ashe.
My name is Sandra McLean, and I am the board president of Project Ujima. I am also a retired educator from the Akron Public Schools. My other volunteer effort is with the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. I am a Silver Star and a life member of that organization, and my sisters know that I love them dearly. And now I would like to introduce you to my Mr. of Ceremonies, Mark Foster, and he'll tell you a little bit about himself.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and happy Kwanzaa. My name is Mark Foster, and I am a member of Project Ujima, and it is an honor and a privilege to be working with Ms. Sandra McLean on the program this evening. Thank you.
Now, Keish will explain libations.
A libation is a ritual pouring of a liquid as an offering to a god or a spirit, or a memory of those who have passed on. It was common in many religions of antiquities and continues to be offered in various cultures today. Water is suggested as it holds the essence of life and should be placed in the communal cup and poured in the direction of the 4 winds. And it should be passed around the families and used a sipping gesture when you're doing so. And today we want to pour libations. And we want to honor those who have gone before us, who laid a foundation for us to continue on, those we want to bring into the space. And so we want to just honor them by calling out their names. And then I'll pour water into this fresh plant. And then after doing so, we just complete with saying Ashe. So I start by honoring my grandmother, Elvie Hayes, my brother, Troy Hayes, and my father, Julius Irvin. Ashe. And I would like each of you to honor those who have gone before us or any ancestors by calling out their names, and we'll honor them with pouring water and saying Ashe.
Irene Hollingsworth, my mother.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Carolyn Reed, my mother.
Ashe.
Evelyn Bennett, my mother.
Ashe.
Thelma Davis.
Ashe.
Thelma Davis, my mother. And
Ashe.
L.B. White, my
Ashe.
father.
John Lewis, activist.
Ashe.
Fannie Lou Hamer.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ashe, thank you.
And now my sisters will come forth and bring you some food for thought.
Thank you, Sister Sandra. And we will bring you food for thought. My name is Gwen Gamblin, and I also am a sister of Sandra McLean. I
am. Can't hear you.
You're muted, Gwen.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Sister Sandra. Along with some other members of our Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, Zeta Theta Omega chapter here in Akron, we're going to bring you some proverbs today. And first of all, I want to say, we will not know ourselves if we do not know our history. And some of our history comes through the Kwanzaa celebration. We have learned about a lot of our history through that. Ashe?
Ashe.
Ujima, the principle of collective works and responsibility, which guides us from day to day. Okay, so also I want to tell you what proverbs are. Some proverbs are good proverbs and some are inspirational proverbs. They are usually short, well-known sentences containing a wise thought, but usually not traceable because they've come down through generations from our parents, our grandparents, even our great-great-grandparents, and sometimes they could not even tell us where it came from. They just heard it, repeated it, and told us. Also, a good understandable proverb can be the heart of a story. It tells us a story and enhances reliability of what is being said or conveyed to whomever we're speaking to. It usually leaves a lasting impression or impact on the listener. Let us not, let us not be a person of success, but a person of value. One small positive thought, being in the form of a proverb, can change your whole day, your week, or your entire life. Sometimes when one states a proverb, it's usually start us by thinking positive, as said before, and we try to keep the proverb and their meaning in our culture. So therefore, our children will hear the proverb. They may take it down to their children. So let's keep the proverbs going as we have done so far. Also, adhering to the principle of Ujima means to build and maintain our community together and make the problems of our sisters, our brothers, our sons, our daughters, let's make them their problems our problem. And we need to work together to help solve those problems. Help our young people, all our people, to rebuild our community. This is one of our responsibilities of the community. We see crime on a daily basis. I know when I was younger, we did not see crime and hear of crime like we do today. Our young, our old are being killed, dying unjustly. Our rights are being denied. So we must pull together collectively. In doing so, many proverbs have been passed down to try to keep our culture very strong. One of our proverbs that I know in the past that I've heard is, the pen is mightier than the sword. One should try to convince people with their ideas and their words rather than trying to force them to do what they want them to do. Such as, for instance, with our protests. We try to protest peacefully, but sometimes we're denied by the persons in blue, usually because of the color of our skin. They want to force us back using swords, so to speak, rather than words. Now we have a few of our ladies here, and I want to tell you, we have Louetta Daniels from AKA, Alpha Kappa Alpha. We have our president, Dana Lagarde. We also have Renea Williams, and we have Dr. Peggy Honaker. And then we'll all give you a proverb, recite it to you, and explain to you what it means to them. Thank you. Go ahead. So we'll start with Sister Louetta Daniels.
Thank you for having me back for a second year in doing the Proverbs. I really enjoyed it last year, and I'm enjoying it now. Thank you very much. I'm Louetta Daniels. I'm an AKA and a retired educator and a retired mental health worker from Akron Children's Hospital. My Proverbs is, ants are tiny, but they lift things that are many times their size and weight. Now, to me, this means just because you're short, and I happen to be a short person, so I thought that was very appropriate to get this one to read. I am under 5 feet, and just because I cannot reach things, I do not let it bother me. I get a ladder, or I'll get something that I can stand on that's going to be sturdy and reach up to get it, or ask someone to help. I do not let my height stop me from doing anything. Never have. Matter of fact, I don't even think that I am short until I'm standing next to somebody that I think is short and they're taller than me. And I'm like, wow, I guess I am kind of short there. And when it comes to weight, if I can't lift anything that is heavy, I'm going to ask for help. I got my sisters to help me with the AKA. I got family members that can help me. I am not too proud to ask for help, nor am I too selfish, not at all, to give help. If I see someone that needs help with something, I'm going to be the first to go up there and help them. Not ask them if they need it, I'm going to do it. And then I always know that God said he will never leave me nor forsake me. And I know that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dana Lagarde, president of the Zeta Theta Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha. My proverb today is, make a bed for the children of other people in the place where your children sleep. Let me repeat that. Make a bed for the children of other people in the place where your children sleep. When I read this proverb, it is in essence the golden rule, where Jesus instructs us on Matthew 7th chapter, 12th verse. In everything to do to others as you would have them do to you. This is the law and the prophets. Simply said, God commands us to treat others the way we want to be treated. John 2nd chapter, 8th verse. If ye fulfill the royal law according to the scripture, which is thou love thy neighbor as thyself, ye do well. After reading this proverb, it is not speaking of a place or a location, but it is how we treat others. If we show the same love, consideration, and patience to others as we give our loved ones, what a wonderful and different world we will find ourselves. What if every teacher taught each child as if they were conducting a lesson for their child or grandchild? What if every nurse cared for all patients as if they were aiding their mother or father? And what if every police officer approached every vehicle as if it was their loved one sitting behind the wheel. We may not be teachers, nurses, or police officers. However, we are all under the same law as everyday individuals. We must approach every interaction as if our loved ones stood across from us, using love, compassion, and patience. If we model this concept, what a different world we will have. We would find ourselves in successful, rewarding, and loving relationships, both individually and in our community. Thank you.
Hello, I am Renia Williams. I am the principal of Barber COC with Akron Public Schools, and I too am a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. My proverb today is, what is looked for by many will have a finder. The word will in this proverb is an operative word that enforces the Lord's Prayer stating, thy will be done. The word will is definitive, not helpful, not wishful. Will is a word of action, a verb that is definitive. Will states things will happen. It's the belief our ancestors have held since 1619. It confirms the word Imani, one of the 7 principles, meaning faith. In our culture, we have faith and believe with our hearts in our people, in righteousness and victory of our struggles. We will overcome social injustice. We will overcome our struggles. We will have equality. We will be successful. We will. My second proverb is, if birds travel without coordination, they beat each other's wings. Birds travel in a V formation when they fly. Birds fly at wing's length apart, but they don't hit each other or destroy the V formation. The birds have one leader. All other birds follow that leader to get to their destination. Like the birds, we must support each other. We must have a purpose. We have a destination. We must continue to unite and work together to get to our destination. There is a benefit of working together. Unity is one of the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. We must continue to work towards having unity within our culture.
Peggy, are you there?
Hello.
Okay, we can
My
hear
name
you.
is Peggy, Dr. Peggy Honaker. Thank you for asking me to, I'm honored to be a part of this program this evening. My proverb is, first of all, I am a retired teacher from the Akron Public Schools, having taught at Schumacher and also worked at the University of Akron as an associate professor. My proverb, when minds are saying that which is far off will come. My interpretation of this proverb means when we're on one accord and together and all together, we work collectively and responsibly, we can get the job done sooner and it won't seem so far off. In Proverbs 16:32, it states, undisturbed mind and heart are the life and health of the body, but envy, jealousy, and wrath are like the rottenness of the bones. And this is also in James 1:19. God wants us to love one another, and that is one of our first prerequisites for learning how to be alive today. We are to each one reach one and help one another as we lift as we climb. And the principle, the 3rd principle of Kwanzaa, Gye-Nyame, does translate into collective work and responsibility. And we cannot work alone. No man is an island. We have to work together, and that's what we do I do that alongside of my sisters in the sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. But we also have to learn how to love one another and work together. That is the essence of our minds being on one accord. So we come together, we work together, we help one another, and nobody is more important than anyone else. We lift as we climb. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. We have one of our members missing tonight, so I'm just going to give you her proverb. And her proverb was, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. I've always thought if you work together, you can usually accomplish what looks like an impossible task. As in an organization or at work, when you form that team concept, things will be much easier for all involved. If all the spiders put their web together, or all people, and unite, they can catch that big lion because they are strong enough. Just recently, within our sorority, I was challenged with completing what I thought was impossible in the time frame I had been given. But 6 of us divided up the task, and lo and behold, we completed it with time to spare. Great teamwork with an awesome team. We spun that web. So this is the end of our Proverbs, and as you see, all the Proverbs express love, togetherness, and helping, and teamwork. And without teamwork, without togetherness, helpfulness, and love, things are difficult to do. So we want to continue with that. And as we continue also, one of our missions are, as we go forward today and tomorrow, is service to all mankind. So with this, I would like to say thank you again to all the sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha, and I'm going to turn this back over to my other sister, Miss Sandra McLean.
I go.
Ashay?
I may.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I was going to add a note. I'm between 2 calls right now. A tech call for the Kwanzaa statewide thing and your call. Only thing I would ask you, young lady,
Can't hear you.
I can't hear him.
We can go ahead, Miss Sandy, with the.
Okay. Thank you, my sisters of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. And now we will have the singing of the National Black Anthem. And those of you that are on Zoom, hum along if you would like.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise as the listening and resound out as a roaring sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the darkness has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day began. Let us march on till victory is won.
Just say something. She gonna love it. That was beautiful. Thank you very much for that rendition of the Black National Anthem. My name is Taba, and I'm here to further explain more about Kwanzaa. And first, I'd like to just talk about and say that Kwanzaa is an African-American and Pan-African holiday which celebrates family, community, and culture. Celebrated from December the 26th through January the 1st, the origins of the first harvest celebrations of Africa it takes its name from a longer name called Matunde ya Kwanzaa, which means first fruits in Swahili. And Swahili is a Pan-African language that is spoken by more people across Africa than any other language. Kwanzaa was established in 1966 in the midst of the Black freedom movement, and thus reflects its concerns for cultural groundedness and thought and practice. It was created by Dr. Malana Ron Karinga. He was a professor of Africana Studies at California State University. And he had an organization in Long Beach, California. He had an organization called the Organization US. They were the founders of Kwanzaa in 1966. And he's a scholar, activist who stresses the indispensable need to preserve continuity, revitalize, and promote African American culture. Finally, Kwanzaa then is a time of ingathering of the people to reaffirm the bonds between them. It's a time of special reverence for the creator and creation of beauty and creation. Third, it's a time of commemoration of the past in pursuit of its lessons and in honor of its models of human excellence and our ancestors. Fourth, it's a time of recommitment to our highest cultural ideals in our ongoing efforts to always bring forth the best of African cultural thought and practice. And five, it's a time of celebration of the good of life and existence itself, the good of family, community, and culture, the good of the awesome and the ordinary. In a word, the good of the divine, natural and social. And as you can see, I've set my Kwanzaa table, the symbols up, and I'd like to just go over them. I know that with all that's here, it's hard for you to see the very first symbol of Kwanzaa, and there are 7 symbols, and then there are 2 supplemental symbols. And the first one that we should put down on our table, and if you can, the best Kwanzaa table is one that's kind of lower to the floor. And the first thing that you put down on your table is your mat, or the mkeka. And the mkeka is symbolic of our tradition and history, and therefore the foundation on which we build. And everything else then is put on the mkeka, the mat. The next thing you want to put on your mkeka is the kanara, or the candle holder. And the candle holder is symbolic of our roots, our parent people, continental Africa. And so this is what is known as the Kanara. And it has 7 places for the Mashuma Saba. And the Mashuma Saba are the 7 candles. And again, I have young ladies here who are going to, Gabby and Jasmine, who are going to come forward in a moment and explain what each of the 7 principles stand for, the matrix. And these are a set of minimum standards that we hope that everyone will live by during Kwanzaa and throughout the life, throughout the rest of the year, not just celebrate December the 26th through January the 1st. The next thing you'll see on the mkeka or mat is the Kikombe cha Umoja, the unity cup. And during COVID time, you know, we're not getting ready to drink after each other. So it's symbolic. It's symbolic of the foundational principle and practice of unity, which makes all else possible. So again, I urge you, everybody in the family, get a nice cup, pour a little water, apple juice, grape juice, what have you, and then we just toast to each other at the same time with the Kikombe cha Umoja. Next thing you'll see, the Mazeo, and you'll see that this is our, our crops over on this side, sorry, the crops. And these are symbolic of African harvest celebrations and the rewards of productive and collective labor. Many of us, we know, I don't have, well, we started a garden over at the Zalika Gathering Home, and that was fun, but it was a lot of work too. So most of us are not that great at gardening, but our fruits of our labor come in many different formats. In Africa, yes, we were harvesting people, and we celebrate when that food comes forward. So that means we're gonna eat for the year. But again, we can call our jobs, you know, fruits of our labor, and the money that we've been able to maybe set aside and can help someone else. That's the fruits of our labor. So again, that's symbolic. And then next on the Mkeka is our muhindi. And these are ears of corn. And the muhindis are symbolic of our children and our future. So again, I raised 4 young people, children, so I put 4 ears of corn or muhindi on my Mkeka mat. And then finally, you'll notice over on the right-hand side, or hopefully it's right-hand side or left, are the zawadi, or gifts. And again, what in African culture, in doing Kwanzaa, we want the gifts to be labors of love of the parents and the commitments made and kept by the children. So again, children, you always say, you better be good. We want you to be good for goodness sake, for Kwanzaa, that you make a commitment to do certain things, whether that's get good grades, come in during curfew and all those kind of things, and practice what we should be practicing during COVID, then those are the commitments you make to your family. And for that, you get rewarded with, hopefully during Kwanzaa, books for your educational learning, maybe some handmade soap. This one I saved from last year because I thought it was just beautiful. It was the red, black, and green soap, handmade items. This I got from Lakeisha, and this was a cookie. It says Black Girl Magic. So again, it's real artistic. And I always put my little African symbol, a dial on the table. And then I think Brother Mark is going to read from this book. He's mentioned it already, but this is my copy of Hair Love. So this treat is coming soon. And so without any further ado, I'd like to ask my assistants to come forward and let's light the candles. Every night you're going to light 1 candle of Kwanzaa. And the first night, of course, we're going to light the black candle for unity, and that's the one in the middle. Okay. Night number 2 is Kujijakulia, and it's our first red candle. Get another one. Let's get that Kujijakulia candle lit. And then tonight is Ujima, so we're going to come over and light 1 green candle, Ujima. And once you have your candles lit, this is the time when you're sitting around the table, and it's time to talk about what does Ujima mean in our family? How has each of us practiced collective work and responsibility? So again, I'd like Gabby and Jasmine to pick up the 7 symbols of the Nguzo Saba and just recite to us what they mean.
Umoja, unity. To strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. Umoja. Kujichagulia. Self-determination. To define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves. Kujichagulia. Ujima, collective work and responsibility. To build and maintain our community together and to make our brothers and sisters' problems our problems and to solve them together. Ujima. Kuumba. Creativity. To always do as much as we can in the way we can in order to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than when we inherited it. Kuumba. Nia. Purpose. To make our collective vocation the building and developing of our community in order to restore our people to their traditional greatness. Nia. Ujima. Cooperative economics. To build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together. Ujima. Imani. Faith. To believe with all our heart in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, in the righteousness and victory of our struggle. Imani.
Thank you, Gabby and Jasmine. Gabby and Jasmine are the daughters of our vice president of our board of directors, Chris Faulkner. And he was kind enough to drop them by a little earlier today. And so we've been practicing for this today. So I'm so happy to have them with me. What I forgot to mention, you probably noticed right out front, and that is one of our supplemental symbols of Kwanzaa, and that is the Bendera. And that is the red, the black, and the green flag. And that flag was given to us by the Honorable Marcus Garvey back in the 1930s. And again, red standing for the struggle, green standing for the earth, black standing for us, the race. So we praise the red, the black, and the green. Thank you. I guess I should say one more thing. I don't have it here with me, and I do apologize for that. We can also put on our display when we're doing our Kwanzaa symbols another supplemental symbol, and that is just having a poster of the Nguzo Saba. Normally, we would just post those up somewhere, the 7 principles of the Nguzo Saba, but you can also purchase a poster and just have it situated. So again, those are the 2 supplemental, but the other 7 are all here. Thank you.
Thanks, Taba. And thanks, ladies. As the girls share with you the 7 principles of Kwanzaa, let us remind you that the 3rd principle of Kwanzaa is Ujima. And now Keish will introduce how Project Ujima has chosen to celebrate collective work and responsibility.
Thank you, Ms. Sandy. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Thank you for our partnership with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. We definitely appreciate you for jumping in with us and doing this for the community. And so Project Ujima, we chose to honor this day, collective work and responsibility, because, well, one way we chose to honor is just to honor someone in the community who exhibits collective work and responsibility. That's part of our name. We've been in the organization in this community for over 11 years, and we're a grassroots community engagement organization that teach and facilitate a discussion process. And we know that relationship building and working together is the cornerstone of how we grow, how we get things done. And so there are people that we work with in the community that we like to honor. And so one of those people tonight is Tyron. He is a member of this community, and he dedicates his time tirelessly to continue to bring arts to our community and to continue to work with small nonprofit organizations like our own. He's always keeping us in the forefront in the mind and helping us raise funds, which isn't an easy task, right? And so tonight we wanted to bring Brother Tyron to you this evening and honor him with this plaque that's named after our co-founder, Crystal L. Jones. And this is the Crystal L. Jones Collective Work and Responsibility Award presented to Tyron Houston 2020. And so we thank you for your work in the community. We honor you for your work and partnership that you do with Project Ujima. And at this time, we would like for you to share a few words, if you will, about a little bit about youth, and then some of the work that you do.
Hey, absolutely. This is a big surprise. I didn't know this was happening until tonight. So again, as you heard, my name is Tyron. I'm a playwright, I'm a writer, an actor. I just like to do, creative things and keep my hand in anything that involves storytelling. I heard a quote earlier tonight that said, the pen is mightier than the sword. If we can write those stories and write who we really are and what we really stand for and what we represent, that will speak much louder to the world, and that'll be much more valuable if we can pass that on. So that's always kind of been my feeling. And I don't want to make myself sound too grand or anything. I also just like to write stuff that's fun and adventurous. I'm not, somebody who's all big and successful. I still live here in Akron. I still have tons and tons of stuff I'm trying to make happen. But I've been able to do some small plays and some small things in the community. And it's just nice that Ujima has recognized me. I was not, was not expecting that, or wasn't asking for it, or wasn't hoping for it. But I really mean that it is very, very humbling. And I don't say that just to be political, because that would be the appropriate thing to say, right? No, I really mean it. It is really humbling that just me doing what I felt was the right thing, what I felt kept me principled, which was by, trying to give and be a part of Ujima, that to them, that meant something. Because to me, they mean something. So to see that there's a mutual respect there, that means a lot to me. So once we get off here, I'm gonna update my resume. I'm gonna take my little University of Akron degree off of there. I'm gonna put that Ujima says I'm okay, because I think that speaks a little bit louder, to be recognized by the people whom you live with. So that's a good thing going forward. The people, you may talk a good game, but the people who hear you talk, what do they have to say about you? What do your neighbors have to say about you, the people you work with? So that's why this means so much to me. And again, I say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We turn it back to you, Miss Sandy and Mark.
Thank you, Keish, and congratulations, Tyron. And now we'll have some cultural expressions. First will be Vivian Taylor with a poetic expression, followed by Mark Foster with a book reading called Hair Love.
Good evening, everyone. It's such an honor to be here at one of my favorite orgs that I love volunteering at. That has helped shape me as a social worker and as a fellow Black woman. So the theme tonight is collective work, and that is exactly what my poem, Collective Work and Responsibility, is about. It's my responsibility to show up for members of my community, which is Black, Black, Blackity Black. So through trials and tribulations, just know I got your back. So if sis needs money to make rent for her seats, I'm cutting the check for no questions asked. If bro needs a job, I'm lending my network to get him to work. If your cousin needs a recommendation, I'm putting my pen to paper without hesitation. Because I want my fellow sis to level up like Sierra. Want to see my brothers move on up like the Jefferson in that penthouse apartment. To the young kinfolk, I pour out my words of wisdom without shame or judgment. Just planting seeds that will one day bloom into the next Obama, Ida, or Whitney Young. Paying it forward in the spirit of my elders, the deacons and deaconess and ancestors, who all molded me to be my best and their wildest dreams, a Black joy. So let's pour out libations and grab a glass to toast to this Kwanzaa celebration. Thanks.
Ashe. And now we'll hear from Mark.
Yes, hello everybody who's participating in the program. One of the things that I wanted to actually donate to the group, and wanted to share was something that was near and dear to my heart. I found recently. It's a storybook called Hair Love, and I'm showing it on the screen. This is actually also a short Black animated film, and the guy, his name is Matthew A. Cherry. He actually won an Academy Award for this animated book that celebrates Black hair. And what it also celebrates is the bond between a mother, no, a bond between a mother, father, and the daughter. Because this time, the father is actually working on the little girl's hair for a special event that she has at school. So I'm going to read you a small excerpt of the book and want to encourage anybody who wants to give it to their daughter or even give it to their son to allow them to embrace their natural hair. So here's a bit of the excerpt from the book, Hair Love. Zuri's hair lets her be her. Its coils and kinks to perfectly match a princess or a superhero. And I will end by saying sometimes love looks like braids, puffs, and twists. Thank you so very much. And I turn it back over to Miss McLean.
Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
This has been a fun-filled educational evening. And as we come to a close, there are some thank yous that we would like to say. So Mark, you want to thank our partners and those that are participating?
Yes, I will. I would definitely like to send out a special thank you to Project Ujima. I would also like to thank the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha, and I would also like to thank the Akron Kwanzaa Committee. Thank you guys so very much for your help, your time, and your effort. It is definitely appreciated, and it was an honor and a privilege to get a chance to work with you.
And now, before we do our Asifa praise, we have just a few announcements. Number one, today is the third night of Kwanzaa, Ujima. Tomorrow will be night number 4, cooperative economics, which is Ujamaa. And it will be shown as well on the official Akron Kwanzaa Facebook page. Or you can also find it on G&J Media website from 6 to 8. Now, don't forget those, everybody. The other thing I'd like to encourage, if by some chance you are looking for a place to volunteer your time, please think about Project Ujima. We would love to have your ideas, your expertise, because as you can see, we're all about the community. We hope you had a wonderful evening and enjoyed what we have prepared for you. Mark, we're ready for Sifa.
Okay. May we always remember those who have gone before us. May we be inspired by their vision and their valor. May their lives continuously remind us that service is more important than success, that people are more important than possessions, that principle is more important than power. May whatever we do be shaped and molded by honesty, competence, and commitment. May our children and our children's children carry forth with pride the nobility of our history and traditions. To the Creator of all of us, we dedicate our lives to make the world better and more beautiful. Ashe.
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 And now, as we close out, everybody, Harambe, which means let's pull together. Let us say it together 7 times. Harambe. Harambe.
Harambe.
Harambe.
Harambe.
Harambe. Harambe. Harambe.
Harambe.
Good night, everyone, and thanks for joining us.
Good night, and thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
The problem here now is now we're learning who owns the intellectual property of black imagination now is going to be a 21st century issue. Jazz is great, but who owns it? Blues is great, but who owns it? And then if this is not capital, no wonder I can't make my own movies. Who owns the capital? If black people, if you harvest, if black people have produced so much cultural wealth in, leave sport out, just in jazz and blues and gospel and American music that goes all over the world, how come they don't have a cent of that capital in order to extend and transform and transaction the future and the present imaginative process? How come they can't finance their own movie? Why are they still poor? To me, if I even only owned Billie Holiday's music, I would make 20,000 movies. I'm sorry. So who owns the intellectual product of black people? Intellectual literature, even now, black publishers, for example.
Gye-Nyame is a name that each of us need to know, and we need to sketch it in our minds. And if you have not seen the movie Sankofa, shame on you. You need to go get it. You need to buy it. Do not just watch it on YouTube. Buy it. Support this man's art and support what he's doing, because this brother changes lives, because after you see Sankofa, you will never be the same. Now let's get this adventure started. Brother Hatim at GNJ.media. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Right now, we got Gye-Nyame breaking down the battlefield of the 21st century, and that is the battlefield of intellectual property. Not just intellectual property worldwide, but black intellectual property. Who will own it in the 21st century? We have created tons and tons and megatons of creative products. We created jazz, we created blues, we created hip hop. And the question that needs to be part of the argument that we are having in this reparations battle and all these other battles, who owns that intellectual property? We got white companies that have been building up for the last 100 years their war chest, because in a sense they kind of are preparing for what's coming in the future, because we're coming for our shit, right? There's a lot of intellectual property out here. And speaking of intellectual property, who owns yours, right? Are you creating? If you are creating, then who owns yours? Have you created a brand? Have you created a tribe that can surround and not only eat off of what you're creating, but be there to protect it? Because people are coming from it, family. Because I keep telling y'all, content is king. Family, listen, a lot of y'all are sitting on these brilliant projects, these brilliant ideas, and you're just sitting on them. Like you, I mean, it's like you the goose with the golden egg, and you just too scared to stand up and share the golden egg with the world. Get up off your ass. Let everybody see the golden eggs that you laying. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people may be able to benefit from what you have, what you're trying to hide. You know what I'm saying? And we have to stand up not only for our own creativity, but we got to stand up for the creativity of our ancestors, because our ancestors left us a gold mine, but many of us don't realize it's a gold mine because we have been excluded from that part of the business. Family, let me tell you, right now the music industry is making billions off of the creativity of your ancestors. Right now the movie industry is making billions off the creativity of your ancestors. Right now every industry out there in some form or fashion is benefiting off of us, and we're not benefiting from the fact that they are able to benefit. They have established their borders, and they have to establish what they own. So they own the jazz recordings, they own the blues recordings, they own the movies. Family, one, we got to wage war to get back what's ours, and then on top of that, we got to establish our borders and start protecting what we are and will be currently creating. Many of you right now are nurturing babies that will grow up to be sensations, that will grow up and be the next Michael Jacksons, the next Spike Lees, the next whoever. He asked the question, if we have all of this creative capital, why is it that we can't finance our own movies? He said if he owned Billie Holiday's catalog alone, he will make 20,000 movies. Why? Because he will own the rights to all of the stuff that she has, and that money, when other people want to use Billie Holiday stuff, will have to come to him. But it's not coming to our community. It's financing other people's children's dreams, not ours. Family, we need to start talking about ownership. Ownership. And the first thing that you can establish is the ownership of your own stuff, and the money that we start compiling from what we start owning as groups, as families, as tribes. We could go on and throw some of that into a pot, and have a pot so that we could go out and start fighting for the other intellectual property that truly belongs to us and should be financing us. Yo, this is Brother Hatem, and if you have a creative idea that you are sitting on, that you want to bring to the public, right, and you need help with that, you need to check with us at Gye-Nyame Journey. Inbox us on our Facebook page, inbox us on our YouTube page, hit us up at gnj.media. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what help you need. We can help you with a social media campaign. We can help you develop your podcast. We can help you develop your streaming platform. We can help you create commercials. We can help you with your ebooks and your e-courses. That's what we do. So go and plug in and join the tribe. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. What?
Habagani. Elder West, I'm due to appearance, but I'm dealing with the COVID thing, which I'm looking at it from a point of view of learning. We're standing here at the Kwanzaa display that we put together for the state of Ohio, the United States throughout, and the international group. We want to look at it from one point of view, and that point of view is an African-centered point of view that we understand it. As we came to this in the beginning, a long time ago, we understood from the European point of view of reading from left to right. That is not our way, as I understand it. Our way is the way of the universe and its movement. When we move through this display here, or this tribute, we will move from right to center, to left, and home. But we have to know where we are. We're standing what is called the South, but we're looking at it from a point of view is once I know I'm standing in the South, I'm looking north, east is to my right, and west is to my left. This is important because of the symbolism that we're talking about. The symbolism is the movement of the sun. When the Africans was asked, how do you know who you are, and where you're going? They brilliantly came up with the sun as a reference point and how the sun moves. Of course, this is, metaphor, but it's a beautiful one. All throughout the continent of Africa, as I understand it, this understanding of movement is understood and done in different languages. Let's start at daybreak, over there in the black. It's dark, and then the sun begins to break through. And when the sun breaks through, it brings with it the message from the previous journey, which we'll get to, and there's many of those. In this particular case, the Sankofa bird is saying, don't forget. Now, of course, there's two Sankofa symbols. This is the bird for war, and there's also the one with the heart. Both of them, tell you to look back and learn from that. Here we have two real important books amongst many. Intellectual Warfare by Brother Jake Carruthers, Ma'atkaru, and also Yurugu from Marina Ani. And we also have some of our local current brothers. This book by Brother Lundy. And there's others here that also talk about our connection. This one here is by Baba Mariba Kelsey, and it talks about being healthy and wealthy. And of course, that'll make you wise. Looking at the other books, it takes us further into who we are. And as we looked at the darkness and the sun coming up, down here is a case, and inside that case, we built the fire that we use for Kwanzaa. This is the 2017 Kwanzaa group right here. And from their knowledge, I'm pretty sure we moved on to this one that we have now, which is the 2021, which is totally virtual. But going back to the light, this is representing the work that is done. And we bring kindling and stuff. I can't open it because if I open it, the smell of ash and all of that will come. But from that fire, we transfer it to the lantern. But in this day and age of the tradition and reason, we also can transfer the light. Once the fire is built, we put this light across, and we now have this light, which we can use. We also can use this as we move this in the fire. And this is showing that. So we say that work has to be done in order for the fire to come about. When we move now to our right, going this way, okay, to our left, we see the black drum. And then we move over to the next one, the red drum, and it and then we move over to the next one, which is white. They all have different voices. And of course, we have to move into the area of reason. Well, a lot of the schools and places we go have these drums, which is a combination of, let's say, synthetic pieces. But these drums, we have to work with the kids with. And when we work with the kids, we let them know that this is the drum. We move here because this particular drum was made for us. We ordered it by Brother Jabbar and Brother Baba Shango on Nelson Road and some other artists. This is a community drum that we bring out only at certain events. We're now still moving because the sun's up and we're learning who we are. And we're now moving. This particular picture on the bottom is hip hop from 2000. But up here is the ancestors, not ancestors, the elders, stooled elders chair from Anropic and the Tawi in stooled elders. And you notice that they have the black candle and the 3 red candles. And the reason why, they're coming together in unity, that's what they said. But at the same time, there's work to be done. And so when that work is done, then we'll see that growth. Right over here is the book for the Tawi elders who have just been initiated into or brought into the Tawi family village. And you've been seeing them on your tape earlier this week. That book, they broke through with some real interesting things. They took the warriors, the nation builders, and the elders, combined them into one unit. Their name also means that, and went through the stages together. That's interesting. Call and find out about that. This particular book right here, if I'm not mistaken, is called Heroes Journey Self-Mastery. This right here comes from the Afrocentric school. We're learning all the time who we are, where we are. And of course right here sitting on this book is Jamaica. We're still moving along. Here is the light that would normally be lit and flaming, but now we can keep it lit like this because we're doing tradition and we're doing reasoning. We moved over to the next session with one of the older seasoned Kanaras. And that one has been around for a while. Of course, we have the makeka, the mat, the corn, the Kanara, the candles, the fruit, the books. I mean, the zawadis. We have everything here. But the most important thing is we move to the center where the red is this high noon. And what we're saying is the state of Ohio is coming together. And I know it's going to be like, what? No. Yeah, we're coming together. Also, throughout the United States, Kwanzaa is coming together. Also, throughout the world, Kwanzaa is together. We're celebrating our oneness. The 4 corners means the 4 corners of the Ohio, the 4 corners of the states, and the 4 corners of the national. That's poured into the round, which means that we're making that circle. And once the round 4 corners are poured in, then it's poured into the smaller unity cup, and then that is poured into the dirt. Now, normally you see a plant. That was from before. Now, because of the newer groups, we have the mkeka as the pot holder, and the new dirt, which we got to work and get it ready to show these new seeds. And the new seeds are here. And that's what means that we'll find out next year this time if that's going to do. Did we do what we said we were going to do? Because we said the red, black, and green, and the black, red, and green are working together for umoja. As we move up to the Kanara, we see that on the top we have the family. And the family is there with the elder, Umoja. To your right, your left, is the warrior of Kujichagulia. And the other warrior to the right, in the green, Ujima. Woo! So, and as we go down, there's money in this box. Because we have to invest. The only thing that we're going to do later is start adding, like, how can I put it? Calculators. Because we done moved into the era of, yeah. So this would make this even more up to date when you have these kinds of things up in here, because that means that we're moving along. All of this is based on a lot from over here when the movie Sankofa, boy, that opening in Sankofa, the drummer there said, y'all can't film here. In fact, the family said, y'all can't film here unless y'all open with the ritual drummer, and they did. The movie was powerful. And then we moved to, the Nia was the purpose there. We moved to Kujichagulia over here.
You mean Kuumba?
And Kujichagulia is like, wow.
Talking about Kuumba?
Yeah. Kuumba, yeah. Creativity. Out of Kujichagulia. He reminds me of Kujichagulia up there. But anyway, Kuumba, the creativity is also locked in with the rest of it, because that's how we move on to Imani. The faith is based in knowledge. The knowledge of how we look at time and how our ancestors looked at time. And we use time to our benefit. And so the time benefits us because of the relationship between the male and the female principle coming together and moving forward. As we move forth over here, we keep going. We're getting ready, the sun is getting ready to go down. We're into the Tawi family village area, and this is what they do once a month at Per Ankh. They have a saw and a set there, plus others, and their display is set up and Kwanzaa set up. They do hold on a second. They give what they call sabers, which give a message. And the sabers give a message. One of the things that they take a look at the Tawi family village is just set up as a magnet. And if you notice what the magnet does, if you have the magnet down and you put the magnet, it'll attract right to it. It'll attract it. But if the magnet, or if your personality is such that it's not going to do that, it'll repel it. Now we want it to, it's repelling it. It's staying away. I said something to attract it. So we're taking a look at that's our thing, is to attract each other, learning how to be a part of each other and attract each other. We move over to the African folklore, which is the stories. Brother Hatim and others tell us about the folklore story. We have stories right in the city, all those kind of stories. These masks and all of these things were not meant to scare people. They were meant to protect and do things from that nature. That's why the movement, as they were moving and moving along, the certain movements with the mask meant that they were keeping away certain things from the children and from the village. And here we move towards the elder's chair and sometimes the ancestor's chair. And of course, you know elders sometimes because they have to move with like this here. And you see the elders moving like that, but then all of a sudden something happens and you see the elders go down the bucket, hitting it. So don't be fooled by your elders now. They be like acting up sometimes. These drums, of course, are family. The way some of our people say that the deeper the voice is the language of the family. And so this one has a deep voice, this one a middle voice, and this was a high voice. And so they call them like Doom, Kinkini, and Somba, like that. So when we teach it, when I teach it from the point of view that this is the mother. And the mother, she keeps the bottom. And then we move to the ancestors area. In the cases are memorabilia pieces from our ancestors. One of the cases also had a piece of memorabilia from a young man that was on his skateboard and got hit by a car. I don't even know if they found that gentleman yet or not, or female, whoever hit him. But we were called in to do. But we have Neil stuff. A lot of our ancestors pieces are in these cases. Once a year, over at the ancestors, we combine tradition, which we light the candles, and we combine that with reason, which we have the candles now, which you can do that with. So we've tried to keep up with tradition and reason. The Flowers Mama Badia at one point really introduced us to the flower ceremony that we normally do at that time. There would be, the unity cup is normally glass, and we do that, and then people come up to talk about their ancestors and their family members. But the journey is just beginning, because now we move along over here and go to what would be, in my understanding, the sun. So all that you learn in that cycle, you bring here, and you're moving on to the next. Now, everything wasn't smooth. You had to defend. You had to be humble. You had to understand. You had to be, all of these things. And then you have to take this with you to the next day. And if you're hurt all the time and think that you're, how can I put this, property of somebody else, Brother Ised says, you're property of Africa, property of Africa. And that means you're property of yourself and how that moves. So as this cycle goes around and goes around and goes around and goes around, you get to a spot of the 4 spots, are you talking to the ancestors about what they did with a problem or what they did with a good feeling? Sometimes we get in trouble with good feelings. Are you reading the appropriate information? Are you looking at the pictures from the past and the present? This particular picture I didn't tell you about. This is here from the second annual drum thing with Motown and Catherine Dunham in St. Louis. I was at that, and you can see I got everybody's drums there. Anybody that you know that's an African drummer from back in the 80s, that's when the thing was just getting started. In fact, the drummers from Africa had djembes like that over there. We had congas. We had congas strapped on ourselves. But we wanted to know. We wanted the knowledge. We wanted to learn the language. Drumming is a language. Each of the cultures have a certain language. For instance, oh, I'm getting excited here. The Congo. You sit down there. So you got oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Then that other one go. Then the other one. And you get to just having fun. So learning who you are and who we are is really important. And this basically is me taking a look at the system of the circle. One important thing is I'm standing now in which is called the spiritual world. And above me or further up is called the physical world. When you go to sleep at night, you enter into what they call the dream state. And that word dream state is a whole nother world, whole nother understanding. So as we take a look at our scholars and how they see the things, remember it's moving in this circle. But when we read from Europe and the understanding, they have us reading left to right. Our circle is from right around, not right and stop and go back. It's around. So we must understand that understanding. If there's any questions or anything like that, or any comments, because there's certain people out there that know more than I do about this, because I'm just coming to the point where I'm moving like this. Would really like to say thank you very, very much. This has been an opening of our eyes, our ears, and our nose, and sometimes our mouth for Kwanzaa. But don't let it stop just now. G&J Journey, well, thank you very much. And last night it blew my mind. I'm sitting there watching something, and my wife sticks the thing in front of me, and here it is. We coming out with stuff that we did. I don't know how many years ago that was. So thank you. But our journey, and we need to discuss this. When we look at things from an African-centered point of view, it does change the way things are. And there was one person that said, when you look at things, it changes the point of view of it or your understanding of it. So take a look at us from that circle and look it up talk to some friends about it. Call up Brother Hot Tim and others, because they had some folks on I think I don't know if it's the television or the circuit, I don't know what you call it, but they was explaining a lot of this stuff from mathematics and everything from an African perspective. Again, thank you very much, and I hope I didn't confuse you, but I feel real good about myself. Black people, I feel good about myself. Want to feel good again? Because I walk with good, and I am good. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. When you're good is your better, and your better is your best. I'm out.
All right, family, 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 family. I want to welcome you tonight. This is another night of the Comedic New Year, and we got the ancestor up on the screen. I think both of these brothers that's going to be showing our ancestors, and they're going to be supporting our young person that's going to be presenting. Her name is Jillian Dees. So, family, if you would, I want you to give your ear, and I want you to listen to what the sister has to share.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jillian Dees, like he mentioned. Just a quick introduction. I'm currently a master's student at the Ohio State University in educational policy. I'm a Columbus native. I went product of Columbus City Schools, and my undergraduate degree is in middle childhood education with a license to teach. In addition to those things, I often work and advocate for parenting students who are going back to school or in school, trying to graduate while also serving as a parent, as well as for Black and brown bodies at large. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen. It seemed like I might have been. Okay. It seems like you might be able to see this screen here.
You can't share your screen. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so now, but make sure you click when you share screen, because at the bottom there should be some things down there, and there's a share screen thing that should be down there. Is it down there?
It just says it's sharing a window, and it says stop sharing.
All right,
That's all
cool.
it tells me.
Now make sure that if there's a button that says audio, make sure you share audio, because you will be talking and nobody will hear.
Would it be
All
better
right.
if I don't share the video?
If
The presentation?
Now I can share the video. You got a video?
No, it's not a video. It's just like a prezi. If not, it's okay. I can just talk.
Well, no, but let's try it first, and then,
Okay.
like I said, I could call, because I got your number. I call you if I don't hear your voice. But go and try to share the screen.
So I'm clicking share screen. I'm going to that screen button. Are you seeing it now?
Oh, is that you that say it like, oh, hold on. I'm putting it up right now. Is that you?
This black thing?
No, that's Kwame.
Okay. It's all right if it ain't working.
No, it say One Perspective, Columbus.
Yep, that's me.
That's you. All right, cool. So now
And
I'm
you can
going.
see me.
Now, did you click the audio piece?
No, so you can't hear me right now.
Well, no, I'm going. They can see the screen. I'm gonna get off the screen. I'm gonna let you stay on there, and you can describe because they can see the screen. It's small though. Now, what is that cool?
I think that might distract, so I will just talk and it's fine.
No, go ahead. They might be able to see it because they can see me. So I'm gonna go on.
Okay. Well, let's go for it and see what happens. So, like I've already mentioned, I don't want to keep eating to my time because I think I have quite a bit of content. So, I was invited to this space just to speak on my experience with the Columbus protest and to offer some insight I have in respect to the COVID-19 pandemic, the health crisis on racism that the city of Columbus has deemed an issue, which has been an ongoing issue for as long as we all know. And I was invited by my uncle Kwame, so I'm very enlightened to be here. So I am a big teacher, so I like to go through agendas. So quickly, we're going to talk about the Columbus protest. I'll try to give as much background knowledge as possible without getting into things that you probably already have listened to, heard about, or know about. And then after that, I want to streamline into just a quick informational about the state of Black education from my perspective, as it relates to post-secondary or primary and secondary education, so K-12 spaces, as well as post-secondary education. I'll try to talk a little slower for that. So, firstly, I want to talk about the Columbus protest, as to easily term it. This might also be known as the Black Lives Matter movement that occurred in Columbus, Ohio. This might have been just simply a protest that someone might say is in response to the very public and very socially viewable killings of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and the public knowledge of the killing of Breonna Taylor by either white racist in the case of Ahmaud Arbery, and the police in the case of George Floyd as well as Breonna Taylor. Those seem to be the catalyst of these protests. There has been what we might call bad blood brewing among the police and the Black and brown communities for as long as slavery ever existed and beyond then. So these are not new events. These are not new things to have protests. But what's important to consider that might have been new is the rhetoric that we saw around these protests on social media, on news outlets, and in academia through the documentation of it. So on social media, there was a big presence of these protests on Facebook, on Instagrams, on your TikToks, on your Snapchats, all the social media platforms that folks use nowadays. We saw videos from the protest, and oftentimes our news outlets, our common TV channels, were also in the mix of these protests and live streaming. So live streaming is still a new technology. Most people have just started to really learn how to use it in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, it's still new technology, but it proved to be pretty monumental in this space because it allowed those who weren't actually on the ground at the protest to feel like they were there and to offer comment and opinions on them. Now, the problem around the rhetoric on social media is that you often saw racist rhetoric come out and thrive on these live feeds. And a lot of it was very gross and disgusting language that was used around Black and brown bodies, but also around bodies of just Americans who believed that they were exercising their right to go against oppression in any form. So that rhetoric became a little more elusive when it came to the news outlets, and even more so in documentation, because historically news outlets have portrayed Black and brown people as savages, as thugs, as recipients of welfare, as all these negative connotations, and that has been the single story that has been portrayed for centuries. And these protests were not spared of that news tactic. When looting or fires or property destruction was taking place, the social media or the news outlets made sure to capture moments when it might have been a Black or brown body committing these acts, even though most of these acts were committed by a non-Black person, often with the hope to distract from the movement. Some folks have believed it might have been a tactic to incite a race war. There's a lot of theories as to why these things were happening, but there were many of them that were called infiltrators. So they were not the protesters who were there in support of the protection that Black lives should matter and do matter, and should be protected the way that everyone else is. They were just outside of the goal. So how that feeds into documentation in academia is difficult to discuss without having a ton of articles sitting here in front of us. However, a lot of documentation in academia, even when it goes back to the Los Angeles riots and other things like that, they call them riots. And this is an interesting term because these actually weren't cases of, definable riots. Most of these were uprisings. These were rebellions against some type of oppression. And to term them a riot or protest is to minimize what the actual intended purpose is and the reason why they started. And that becomes problematic because the way history books are written is based off of academia. And when our academics start to term these spaces that way, this is the single story continues. That narrative that Black and brown people are these negative stereotypes continues and is perpetuated in future generations. So it's interesting to consider it. Something else that I want to move on to talk about is the impact of these multicultural and ethnic allies, which in these protests, probably about 70% of them were comprised of non-Black parties, non-Black bodies, non-Black persons. And that's important to consider when, like I just said, the social media and news outlets were capturing the Black people in these spaces, but weren't capturing the fact that it actually wasn't a lot of Black people. It was what some might call allies, which this ally might be someone who is non-Black, but is a supporter of Black lives and a supporter of equal policies and equal justice and equal opportunity. So they're an important piece to all this because what started to happen and what kind of leads into this division idea is that some of the other allies began to push their own honesty and their truth and what they believed should take place. If you are not in a Black and brown body or you have not had a Black and brown experience, you might not be able to speak to what is best for Black people, for Black communities, for Black kids, for anything to that matter. And that is what leads to this division idea. So this division happened partially because some of the protests started to dissipate to smaller areas. So while the Columbus protest was large and everybody was going downtown, by the dozens for quite a few weeks, they began to pop up and have little ones in smaller areas like Worthington's, Gahanna's, Groveport's, Upper Arlington's. All these smaller little protests began to pop up, which pulled your people, your bodies, your numbers from downtown, which has led to, honestly, the dissipation of these protests in Columbus, for that least. And part of this is happening because of the diversion among Black organizations, the diversion between their end goals and the actionable outcomes that they're looking for. So a lot of folks went out in these protests and didn't know what their purpose was or had a specific purpose that maybe didn't align with everybody else's. So if their purpose was to encourage the charging of the police officers of these murders, that was a very short and actionable goal that they saw, and that's what they were there for. If someone's goal was to go out and combat the entire police system, that was a different goal. If their goal was to go out and to combat the whole criminal justice system, that was a different goal. And some people's goal was to go out and be social, because this is happening during the COVID-19 pandemic when In our city, a lot of things had been shut down for months at that point, and people simply wanted to be around other people. So it led to just this diversion of who wants what. Are we looking for reparations? Are we looking for an end to, the abolition of prisons? Are we looking for the abolishment of the police force as it is? Are we looking to improve it? It led to a lot of different ideas on what should happen and what should take place, thus leading to the conversation just stopping, because no one wanted to decide who was right and who was wrong, which leads into this credentialing idea. So what we also saw during these protests online and in person is that there was a clear discrepancy on who the experts were and what was needed to be considered an expert, and how that impacted their involvement in the Facebook groups, and their involvement in grassroots organizations, or if those two were really disjointed. And I don't wish to be funny, but I did begin to myself term this as an idea of white peopling. Hey, Jalil. I termed this as a thing called white peopling because there was an instance of a young man who happened to be about 21 years old, native to Columbus, who was seemingly picked apart by these seemingly white allies online, because he was trying to lead an organization in the protest and begin establishing consistent people being downtown and try to identify actual outcomes they were all looking forward to. But when they started to look into his history, they tried to discredit him at every point. When he stopped sharing information online and only wanted to talk in private, they used that as a tool to say that he's trying to be secretive and not have transparency. But this is because the allies aren't fully aware of Black uprisings, where most Black uprisings are planned in secrecy. That's the only way to protect the movement. So this is where some of those white allies came in to be a difficult place, as well as this credentialing idea. So the last thing I want to talk about in terms of this protest, because I want to move forward my other stuff, is just the philosophical idea of it. If we step back and look at it just from a philosophical point of view, there's quite an interesting space to look at in deciding about what we use to identify who and how things are identified, and if we apply identifications or if they should be chosen. And this gets into a conversation which has a ton of scholarly work on about what race is, how do we define it, can we look at somebody and physically see that they are a certain race? Is it a certain marker or a certain life experience they should have to be considered a certain race? And it becomes really interesting when we consider how the main races that we talk about are Black and white. If we talk about anyone who's not Black or white, we talk about them maybe being Asian or Latino or Latina or Hispanic. And those have to do with ethnicity and nationality or culture and not the skin color. So when we talk about those things, it's important to look about how those are different. And it becomes even more interesting when we talk about the criteria that's needed to meet racial identities. I often use the term physically presenting because we like to use what we see on somebody to identify them, and sometimes that's not the truth that they withhold in themselves. Or we see that a lot of us may critique different Black presenting folks, like maybe Ben Carson. We might question his authenticity because of his actions, and maybe that has to do with his culture or things like that, but he presents a certain way, so we might still identify him as Black. It just calls those things into question, which I think are always interesting to consider. So I want to move forward into this space of education, and specifically first talking about K through 12 or age 0 to about age 20 or 21 sometimes, when people stay in school a little longer. I think it's important to talk about this space, not because I only focus on education, but because how impacted it's going to be in our day and age. Many people are still going to work and are okay at work. Many people are still going about their lives and not experiencing anything too different outside of maybe callous remarks at a grocery store or, you know, some systemic racism issues still. But it's just not as direct impact as what our kids might experience in schools. And right now, there's a racially tense space, and this is going into our schools and into our education spaces when it comes to policies, mental health issues, and discipline. So, what might happen in response to the racially tense society we live in right now is some districts, some school boards, some school buildings may decide to implement policies around hate speech, um, and around politics to try to keep those things out of their school buildings with the end goal of safety. And that can become an issue when we know that our young Black and Brown students typically have some type of racial fatigue or racial trauma. So when they talk about racism or slavery or anything that they find to be angering, they might not present in the nicest way in their eyes, in their perspective. And if they, you know, cross a certain line when they're discussing these things, it might be considered hate speech, which might then pipeline our students into discipline policies and discipline issues more than what already exists, which is already a huge disparity where the numbers are outrageous. When I say outrageous, I mean millions of hours worth of school learning is lost by students when they are suspended or expelled because of policies around discipline. This will not be any different, and I think it's going to be important for us to pay attention to those things, especially with mental health when our students have been out of school for so long. Black and Brown students are typically not allowed to have the typical kid experience because they're overaged, and they just are seen as threats and all these other stereotypical things that have been painted about them. They typically have mental health issues that go unaddressed and unresolved because they are seen negatively compared to their peers who often are white or other, and are not allowed to be kids in these spaces. So this will be a big impact on what we see in the future. This will also impact the virtual learning space that our kids go into, where there's a certain level of anonymous nature of virtual education, or a safer space for people to say things that they might not say in person. Our kids might be more susceptible to that as they engage in these virtual learning spaces. Because I have yet to see many schools roll out any discipline policies or protection policies in the virtual learning space. Furthermore, in virtual learning, our kids of color may experience bigger dips in their education due to lack of technological access, lack of internet access, lack of maybe parent support. It's not new to any of us that a lot of our families exist with single parent households or have the parents that are separate, living in separate households. And anytime there's one adult in the household, mainly that adult has to work. So if our students are in houses where the adults are working and no one can pay attention to them in terms of school, they might not get the support they need to engage in virtual learning. They might not get the forced nature of virtual learning if the parents aren't prioritizing it. If they have siblings, the older kids will likely be, forced to have to help the younger kids just by virtue of being the older person in the space, therefore taking away from their virtual education. This might be a big impact to our kids, even moving forward if the public schools can't handle it, the current governmental administration is looking for opportunities for school choice, which is all private ran schooling options. If they take this opportunity and capitalize on it and defund public schools and push funding into school choice, our students will see the biggest impact of this. Virtual learning might leave them almost 16 months behind in school, if they may not return until the next school year. And then there will be obviously a lot of time to try to make up, plus moving forward. If the public schools are defunded, our kids will not be protected in those spaces because school choice is about who knows and who knows what. And oftentimes the middle and upper class folks know a little bit more about what a quality education looks like, what it should be, and have opportunities to actually take their kids to these places, maybe afford it, and provide the transportation every day, because many of these schools will not provide busing. Our lower class students will face the brunt of this, and a lot of lower class students happen to be Black students, which becomes a big issue in Black education. When they're already ostracized from gifted education opportunities, they're already over-identified in special education opportunities, and they simply aren't provided the supports that they typically need to have the same opportunities. It's not about providing more, it's just the opportunities. This will impact our post-secondary education or our college and universities as well. And without carrying over from the K-12, because I could add about 10 more minutes to my presentation with that, I want to focus on just the impacts of COVID-19 in this space. And that is...
Sister, take your time. We control the airwaves. So
Okay.
this is the bomb. Take your
All
time.
right. Okay. I still want to be respectful. I got you. So when I focus on post-secondary education, there's 4 big pieces that I think are not being paid attention to because there's a lot of distractors right now in our space, but are really impactful, especially to Black and brown bodies. Right now, what's happening due to COVID-19, due to this pandemic that resulted in a loss of income on all infrastructural levels, there is decreased funding accessibility. So there are less work-study opportunities, there are less scholarships, there are less grant opportunities, and right now they're actually currently threatening to pull Pell Grant eligibilities. This is going to impact our Black and brown students who are still a large portion going to college as first-generation school students. There is nothing... This is not new knowledge. We know it is hard to get our Black and brown kids to go to college, attain that college degree, and then have a degree that they actually come out of school and make money with, and aren't sitting in, $70,000 worth of debt as they walk out as potentially 23 or 24-year-old kids. So this accessibility to funding is a big piece that our kids will not go to school if they're going to go through, get that much debt with no guarantee of a career. Additionally, this funding is not there because of the budgets. I work within the university, and they can't come at me for too much I say because I'm just a graduate student. But they propose to all the different departments to prepare for 20% budget decreases. That's a big sizable portion of budgets, which are leading to less support for minoritized students. So when you talk about cutting a budget that much, you're talking about potentially cutting 5 to 10 faculty or staff and potentially 5 to 10 student positions in a department of about 100 people. And those aren't good numbers when a lot of the departments need those people that are there, because typically the 20% we're talking about that would be lost are those who support minoritized students. And this also applies to your diversity and inclusion initiatives. They simply might become less of a priority. When you talk about numbers, which is all college spaces talk about in policy, they want to know the number of students that will be facing the impact of these things. Currently, I think at Ohio State University, the number is about 5% of the student body are Black and brown students. 5%. So when you talk to them about numbers, they might be willing to cut some of these diversity inclusion initiatives that are meant to positively impact 5% of their student body. And they might choose to focus on the other 95%. This becomes a big issue when you talk about students' accessibility to college, students seeing themselves in their spaces and feeling safe in these spaces, as well as your staff and faculty. It's already a big disparity of having Black faculty in these spaces, especially if you add the extra identity of Black and women, or Black and trans, or Black and everything else. you find an issue of seeing such representation. And when these diversity inclusion initiatives aren't the biggest priority, we have an issue where they're not going to try to increase those numbers of students, and they won't care because that's not the biggest number of students there. They can write that off by saying we're providing equitable opportunities because we're here. In a school like OSU, which is a land grant, it's a public land grant space, situated in what used to be a predominantly Black lived area, it's very impactful when you don't see the number of people there at that school in the equal percentages. And when, as a student, I know I stayed at Ohio State, not because I had a great undergraduate experience, but because the college I was going into had a large percentage of Black faculty and staff. The representation was clear, and it was clear that they supported initiatives around Black and brown bodies and Black and brown students. That's what attracts your student bodies to come in. You stop attracting those, you stop having them go into academia, and you stop having them go into the professional fields. Less matriculation there means less Black and brown doctors, less Black and brown teachers, less Black and brown professionals in general, and less Black and brown wealth. So the last piece that I always like to touch on, because it's not always talked about in higher education, is how parenting students might be impacted by some of these changes due to the COVID-19 stuff that I just talked about with the earlier kids, the primary and secondary kids. If they're not going back to physical school, I'm sure it would be really hard for us to imagine what it's like as a parent to wear your parent hat, your teacher hat, as well as maybe an employee hat, all at the same time in the same 24 hours, every single day. And what that might look like to be successful in that space. So being a good parent, making sure your students getting their education that they need as well, getting the support they need, but you also having to devote time to your studies to try to get good grades as well as providing, funding and economic resources for your family. These things are going to be more impacted than ever right now. The local districts are not going back to school right now. They've already said that, and parents are scrambling. I work directly with parenting students, and I am a parenting student. And I'm currently thinking about how will I sit in my classroom from 4:30 to 6:50 in the evening when my son's daycare closes at 6. Do I bring him home early or do I leave the class early? And then that's during dinner time. Do I order out those nights? Do we eat, pre-cooked meals? What do we do to make sure I'm being the best parent that I can be? As well as working. I work during the day, so I don't exactly have time to do my studies. So then it's, you're working, you maybe go to class, you take care of your kid, and then you maybe do your homework at night when most people will probably be sleeping. And so parenting students' self-care becomes a big issue. And honestly, their retention becomes an issue because it's a sometimes not a necessary burden to go back to school if you can find a job that makes ends meet. But most parents that go back to school as a parent are trying to make a better life for their kids and create more generational wealth for their family. And that is a big sacrifice they have to make. But right now, with these COVID-19 implications, it's important to think about how they will be impacted, the number of that population that we'll be losing. Because currently, nationally, about 20% of all college students in the universities and community colleges are student parents. We could potentially lose up to 10% of that population nationwide due to this pandemic. And that means, unfortunately, those are sometimes our biggest diversity inclusion initiative people who are going to be lost, and will lead to a pipeline of effects that will impact their kids and their kids' accessibility to college, as well as their own accessibility to wealth, and providing a living for their kids. So with that, I think I ended everything I had. I can stop sharing my screen. There we go. Stop sharing. Okay. All right. I think I'm done. He said 30 minutes, so I think I went 30 minutes. I can't hear you.
Thank you. My mic was off. Listen, you did an excellent and a fantastic job. You know what I'm saying? Because when he was talking about a young person coming, I did not know that you was gonna come like this. You came with that power and that magic and that energy, and I want to thank you. But listen,
Yeah.
I have some questions to ask.
Yes.
So, because you brought up nationality and ethnicity versus race,
Yes.
can you go a little bit into that for me? Now, Kwame, if you're listening, I'm going to bring your camera up so that you can help me with some of these questions because for some reason people ain't asking questions. I want to ask. So, what did you discover about the difference between nationality and ethnicity and race while you was down protesting?
So I've taken a course on this, and I literally just took this course last in the fall around in the spring. I'm sorry, in the spring around race, citizenship, and education. And the scholar who I took this under is an amazing scholar named Winston Thompson, who does profound work philosophically in this space. And that opened my eyes to this idea. But when I got to the protests and things like that, it became more prevalent because what came about on Facebook in these, in these virtual spaces as well as down the protests is this question of who is actually Black. Who would you call Black, and what qualifies you as being a Black person, or what makes you qualified to speak for Black people? And that becomes a big issue when you talk about, okay, are you Black because you grew up in this stereotypical Black experience, which is typically, viewed or portrayed as maybe a low income experience, which isn't true. Is your Black experience the way you speak? Is the Black experience maybe the food you cook at Thanksgiving? Is your Black experience the holidays that you actually celebrate or the God that you, pay respects to? It became a question of who is what. And that's when I started to really want to pick apart how that impacts these organizational groups from the ground up. Because unfortunately, without a higher level of education, or if you don't read on your own or don't push your, the things that they teach you in K-12 spaces, because it's none of this. If you don't look beyond those things, you're not going to consider what race actually is. And it's not really a thing, right? It's not a biological marker that we could say, clearly, we look at this thing and that's what it is. It's not you take a biopsy of a piece of cancer and you can tell it's a cancerous cell because of what it does, how it behaves. You can't do that with race. Race is only been constructed through mechanisms of oppression, mechanisms of economic stifling, of lack of opportunity, social construction all the way. However, there are always some arguments that might say, well, race is tied to where you're from. But if we're talking about where someone's from, that has to do with ethnicity and nationality and ancestry, not the actual presentation of your skin color. Because it's not uncommon to see someone who presents as maybe a chocolate Black person with a darker melanin, but has green eyes. And someone's brain might be very confused as to how they have this stereotypical white characteristic in their eye color, but present as Black skin, not realizing that that's what ancestry can do. So that's where that idea came from. And as it flooded into the space of these protests, because this perspective is questioned. I'm what you might call biracial, where I have a white mom and a Black dad. And I had someone tell me, you're not even really Black. And I'm
Turn
like,
your mic down, Kwame. Go ahead.
so it was so baffling to me. And this was someone who knew my family and just my upbringing. And I'm like, how do you get that? Because if we're talking about black and melanin, black and experience, black, what are we speaking of? Ancestry? It becomes this question, and most people can't go beyond that question of what are we actually talking about.
So I wasn't the only one that was totally confused when I went down to that damn march.
No.
Because when I went to the march in Columbus, it was a lot of white people. So
Yeah.
but now this is what gets me, because what you talk of, the whole concept of race is a man-made construction, but the very things that put race in place or maintain it in place are very real things that we bump up against.
Right.
So how do we deal? I mean, how do we deal with how? I don't even know how to frame my damn question, because
I know what you're talking about. How do you get rid of it, right? How do you try to make these policies and spaces where that doesn't impact it? And I think we are far, far beyond the age where we could try to do that. I think it's at this point, it's what some people try to reference like as the colorblind theory. As you probably heard the rhetoric of saying someone saying like, no, I don't see color. I see.
No, that's when I hear that, I know I'm dealing with a real racist, excuse my language. No, that scares me, especially when it comes out of white. When it comes out of black people's mouths, I have a dummy. When it comes out of a white person's mouth, I watch them out the corner of my eye, because I'm waiting for the knife to come out. I'm just saying.
Yep. Well, and you know what? It also comes down to a question of who are we more fearful and concerned with? A racist or a bigot? A racist, someone just doesn't like you, right? Doesn't like a certain person because of certain things, because of this race idea. But a bigot pushes the boundaries and takes that hate towards a race and makes policy changes. Which is, I don't want to be funny, in our upcoming election, we have two bigots who have made policy changes due to their disinterest and disenfranchisement with a certain group of people. Even if they don't do that right this moment, one of the candidates, I guess, maybe doesn't, I don't know. But his previous policies, aka the drug bill back in the 90s, that was a very bigoted policy. It impacted a specific group of people because of their biased notions about it. I'm more fearful of a bigot than a racist. You can hate me all day. Go to sleep. I don't know. I won't sleep any different, right? It's when you're affecting these policies that affect people, affect kids, affect homeless, affect all these groups of people in the public space that I get really bothered and really worried.
So now in that class that you took about the ethnicity and nationality and race, were they able to come up with a definition of who's black?
No. No. And there is no scholar that truly has. There is no documentation that truly makes a definition. And I would have to go find the book because my brain's been just not
Don't
working.
worry about it.
One of the books that gives you 7 characteristics of how to identify somebody. One of those, it's a physical marker, a biological marker, ancestry, culture, ethnicity, and self-identification. And there's one more I can't remember. It might be physical presentation. 7. So 7 things that you're trying to check off boxes to say that you're black, or to say that you're not, or to say that you're something else. And so when you have certain conversations with people who have the discussion about every person originating from the first people in Africa, does that mean everybody is ancestrally black? I don't know if we want to call it that. We could say that, but do they present as black supporting? Maybe not.
No, right.
Right.
No, that's when we get into the human argument.
Yes.
See, but the human argument is robbed by the fact of the mechanisms that have been put in place to maintain the idea of race.
Yeah.
Now, do you see the question that Elder Margarita asked?
Yes, I do see this question. So I appreciate the question. This question of culture. Culture is a super all-encompassing thing. I think we spent like 3 classes at least talking about, because it's so definable by you, right? So for me, I think cultural practices are how you interact with people, how you interact with family, the way you culturally upbring your children, and that's typically learned from past generations of parents. what your belief and work ethic is, what your core morals and ethics are, right? That's what I think culture is to me. The food that you cook, the way you clean your house, all those things I think are cultural. Um, Traditions that you do, holidays that you follow, I think that's what culture means to me. Maybe the importance of family to somebody, or the way your family interacts with each other and who you consider family. If you consider extended friends family more so than your bloodline family, I think it's a really malleable space, which is why it's one of those 7 characteristics that can almost never really define somebody. But I think that's what it means to me.
Oh man. All right, so I got another question for you.
Yeah.
Education, education and the movement.
Yes.
Now, question. What needs to be taught? Well, let me put it this way. For our children, because you just kind of you messed up my whole tribe thing now, because it's like now I gotta see, because you done knocked race out the box. Okay, cool. All right.
It's, I mean, but you know, don't say that, because it still impacts everything.
It's very, yeah, I know. So
It's
this is the
there.
question.
Yeah.
What, as a person in college right now, as a
Yeah.
master's student in education, what type of stuff have you come to term, well, not even come to term, that you think our children need to learn to keep what's going on with the power of where we are right now going? Because we're going to have children coming out and they're going to remember this experience.
Yes.
So what type of things should we start teaching some of our children, whether we're doing my fault, Kuumba schools? I can't say the day of the week in the regular way because your uncle want to make me do push-ups, and I'm old. I can't do all that. But and that's Saturday. If we did Saturday schools, or we did cultural schools or something like that, what type of stuff should we be teaching our children to make sure that we can make sure that this movement that is popping off right now, that is at the height of popularity, where we got politicians talking about reparations, we got entertainers talking about reparations, we got people in power talking about making major changes. What type of what do we need to teach our kids to keep this thing going?
So I think a part of this that we have to teach them is this idea where we start to pull back the influence of identity. So the identity conversation that we're having right now is super impactful, because what has happened typically in society is we get this identity, we start to put categorizations, criterion, and identifications on things, and that's how we choose to deal with them. We have to remove that. So part of removing that is, I agree with that comment that was made. We need more millennium schools. I maybe call them like exploration schools. But to push this movement forward and to keep these conversations alive, I think it starts with the rhetoric. And the rhetoric is that this protest that was happening, I would not call that a protest. A protest is when they are mad about having to wear a mask. A protest is when they are mad about someone raising taxes, or when they're, wanting to get cheaper tea, whatever protest we want to call it. This wasn't a protest. These are uprisings or revolutions. And when you start to use that language, it's not only positivist, but it's encouraging, and it teaches you that you're doing the right thing for the American people. Protest sounds, it gives the idea that it's someone just being upset about a decision. These people weren't upset about a decision, right? They were upset and unrested about the loss of life, the careless loss of life, and the malicious loss of life due to someone's physical presentation of color. So I think part of the education has to be around calling these uprisings and calling these revolutions, because that's when you start to make future revolutionaries who will actually go about and make changes, either for the American people or for the Black people, whichever movement you're pushing. I think that's the biggest part that's supposed to be taught. I don't necessarily know that it's going to be helpful to always watch all the film and do a huge case study on every piece of video evidence that has come out of these protests. There's a scholar named Kimberly Braswell who, amidst all this, released a paper talking about Black murder porn and how on these sites, on these social media, our kids are being exposed to constantly seeing Black trauma happening. And that's not healthy. It's one thing to be woke or to be, acknowledgeable about what's happening, but it becomes not such a good thing when it's destroying your mental health and your mental ability to actually make change. And so I think moving forward, it's more about teaching kids about what people have done in the past, doing different case studies on your Marcus Garveys of the world, your Black Panthers, righteous leaders outside of Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks, because that's all they're taught in schools. I think that's how you start to keep this narrative alive while putting it back into place. I don't know if you guys use the term Sankofa. That idea of taking it back, going to the back, pulling it forward, and then
Girl, I rode with your uncle. What? What? You see you say? I rode with your uncle, Sankofa. But listen, I don't even see, because we in our schools, we have been teaching the watered down version of
watered down is a really
everything.
nice way to say
I mean, because when you really look at Martin Luther King's life, and a lot of people out there that might be listening don't even know.
Right.
Y'all stopped at like 1963 with Martin Luther King. Yeah, I mean, it's like when you really get into the study of him and some of these movements. So you saying increase the study of movements, change the language from protest to actually teaching revolutionary ideas. All right, question. Now check this out. When you was down there, because you're an educated person, because I went down there once. I got suspicious when every time I turned around, a white girl was giving me a bottle of water. Or I mean, really, I didn't see.
No, yeah.
When I went to the protest, it was so organized. It kind of threw me off.
Yep. You have
You know what I'm saying?
medication, you have this, you have this.
They had milk ready for when you got it. I mean, it. You know what I'm saying? When I protested or when I did what I did, you know what I'm saying? Shit went down. You had to get what you had to get the best way you could. It wasn't provided for you.
No.
So I went down there and I was very uncomfortable. So I put my back up against the wall. I had my video camera going. I didn't feel comfortable. But I'm saying all that to say, or to ask the question and bring it back around. How, when you were down there, I mean, because you very wise, very intelligent. Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
Did you ask any of the people that were supporting Black Lives Matter this question? And this is the question because you mentioned it in your talk. How many people were down there were really down there for Black Lives Matter, or were down there to protest George Floyd?
Right.
Because the question that I want to know about a lot of those people down there, are they in support of reparations?
Right.
She said, right.
I didn't ask that question. I'm an observer. So
What did you observe?
my uncles and my dad have always taught me you have 2 ears and a mouth, one mouth. Use your 2 ears more than you use your one mouth. And so when I'm in spaces like that, personally, I am very quiet and I watch. You were down there, so you needed to really watch when you were down there, because you didn't know if this random white guy is about to throw this firework thing at the cops, and they're not going to beat him any color out of him, right? So I had to be observant. I didn't ask that question, but I did notice that a lot of people were mainly focused on the force of the police and the George Floyd killing, which a lot of people brought issue with the fact that you were talking mainly about George Floyd and not Breonna Taylor. Ahmaud Arbery got lost in all of that because I guess he wasn't killed by an on-duty cop, but the conversation just left from that idea. I didn't ask anybody specifically, but you could tell that there was a distinct diversion from who was there to support what. But I think that comes from, and I don't believe I sit in any space where I can make big critiques like this, But I think the short name of Black Lives Matter is so malleable that people can use it in a way that's
Ooh.
unfunctional. Do you want me to take you down this lane?
Yeah. I mean, because for me, because the issue for me was the whole. It's like all this is falling under Black Lives Matter, and it just
Yeah.
and it's bigger than
Way
that.
bigger. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but to confine this and
Yeah.
to limit its growth and to limit its power, I want to place it up under the idea of Black Lives Matter, and that's what I kind of felt for
Yep.
myself personally.
When you have people who can take this thing that you have seemingly built a movement off of, and they can replace that first word and it still means something, your name is too malleable. There should have been a title or a name or a quote that they were using that you could not take it apart and make it mean something else.
But there's very few words or very few things that you could do that with these spin doctors out here.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, we're dealing. Excuse my language. We're dealing with bitchcraft and fuckery. So we got sorcerers of bitchcraft and sorcery that can take almost anything and shape it and make it appear. Because, like, my issue was a lot of people thought they was down there about George Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
When it should have been bigger than that, because long before George Floyd, I have an uncle
Yeah.
I have an uncle that because of some type of relationship with a white girl
Yeah.
was drugged to his death by his neck behind a car.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because then you think about this idea, and this is so side of it, but this was a lot of the people who were down there, those who also protest rape culture and things like that, but don't understand that for a Black man at one point in time in this society, you could rape a white woman by looking at her in the eyes.
Right.
But
I
y'all
mean,
want to talk about canceling rape culture.
oh yeah.
Rape culture has been around since they brought Africans here out, kidnapped them and enslaved them. This is embedded culture that I think they don't get the concept of. And I think George Floyd just was something they could attach to. But I won't discredit the fact that after people sitting in the house for 2 months because of this COVID pandemic, that they weren't just going out to protest just to do something.
Now and see, so you saying that in a sense, some people was out there supporting because it was like a vacation.
It was a vacation. It was something to do.
It was something to do.
Outside your house, to get all loud, to be with your friends, maybe to make new friends, because the people there were very friendly. Which I'm just hesitant to other people in general, but they were very friendly. And like you said, the water piece and all that.
Oh my God. It was so friendly, it was scary. Listen.
It was a little scary. Now I will say some of that water, I was sad when I heard that it was being tainted, because I was one of those people who days that I couldn't go because I had my kiddo, I would take and drop water off because I could do that with him in the car.
Right.
And I was sad when they started to discover that people had gone around and, popped stuff into the bottles and things like that, because it made it more difficult. We couldn't drop off snacks. You couldn't drop off the granola bars and stuff, because
I didn't drink the water. I'm just.
And you know what? I don't think the water was actually meant to really be drinking, really, right? You should be bringing your own drinking water. I think that water was there for the continual pepper spraying. Now, what I did learn is, and this is what I did towards the end of the protest, even though they had kind of stopped most of the pepper spraying, I began taking bags, like zip seal bags that I packed prior to with gloves of like not masks, but the rags. So the rags that you might buy from Walmart in like a 30 pack. I would buy those, put those in the bags, and as soon as someone's getting pepper sprayed, you put distilled water on it, soak it real quick, and they can wipe it off better.
Right.
I found that to be a safer mechanism and a more trustworthy mechanism than someone grabbing a water bottle and throwing it on their face, because you have no clue what was in that bottle. And realistically, water really wasn't going to help with the pepper spray.
Right. They had milk down there too, and they
were bringing the whole gallons of milk, which I was like, you're better off finding half gallons and buying those. But nonetheless.
Well, listen. Now, when I saw that, I went to go get lunch. I'm just being honest with you. It's like they
Yeah.
had whole gallons of milk ready. I'm
Yep.
going to get lunch
Yep.
because
They
that
were ready for the rah-rah, which is
they
what I
was
told.
ready for the rah-rah, which you know what I'm saying, which once again takes,
Understandable.
huh?
I said it was understandable. It's expected because, but I thought it was expected because some of the people who were there were truly throwing frozen bottles of water at the police.
Dude,
We're
I mean,
here
but
to protest.
well, that was
Hmm.
see now because part of the issue is that the when you protest or you're rioting or
Mhm.
some people have to go to jail. So
Yes.
you have to get the police.
Direct action.
Exactly. You have to get the police to react
Right.
so that you could get this image of the police reacting. And if the police is not moving fast enough, then you're going to have individuals in the crowd to spark that off.
Yeah. And I
But
agree. But the problem I had was they were random white guys doing it. And I was like,
exactly.
hold on.
Now, and
Wait a
that's the
minute.
issue. That's the issue
I'm going to walk away
because
from you. Watch
you
out.
need that. But also, that's a space where operatives
Yeah.
can also, or just individuals that's not really with your cause, could just cause some stuff to jump off. Now, you might be you're much too young for this, but there was a movie called The Spook Who Sat by the Door.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen it, but in The Spook Who Sat by the Door, you had a man who, in the book, I think he went to the FBI, but in the movie, he went to the CIA. He got trained. It was a black man. He was the only black man in the CIA. He got trained and he served his time in the CIA. And when he came out, he went and he started training street gangs. Now, all that being said, he trained them to get them ready for what was coming. The revolution.
Yeah.
Now, but what sparked the whole revolution was that the police shot somebody who actually was guilty or a junkie. And the whole revolution started because of somebody that it shouldn't have really started over, in a sense. You understand what I'm saying? And go
yeah,
ahead.
I was going to say that comes back to that white peopling thing that I said earlier.
Right.
It's a white people thing to say that your life is not as important because you did XYZ wrong thing. And it's that whole he who cast the first stone idea. Like, whatever thing you did wrong doesn't necessarily validate
Define
the
you.
of your life.
Does it define you?
Does it define you, and does it define everything that you've done before? Like,
But that's the culture. In a sense, we live in a West Asian culture that is based on that.
yes.
You know what I'm saying? So you know, I'm wrong for saying the crackhead wasn't worth you dying for. But hey, I apologize. But you got my point.
No, I got your point. And what's so interesting about your point is just the fact of, like, when we talk about these reasons and these validations for these things, it comes down to that identification thing. But it also runs us back to who was at these protests and how unknowledgeable they really were.
Right.
Because if anything was worthy of protesting last year, not saying anything else wasn't worthy. But what went across this nation, I thought, as a really quiet thing, was the 50-year anniversary of the murder of Fred Hampton in the Black Panther Party. It's been 50 years since that happened. Since they did a knock warrant and raided the house and killed everybody in that house except a few people. Right? And they only did it because this party, this group that was, such a terror to the nation, who provided free meals, provided education classes, and all these things that now the government does publicly. But no one talks about that. That's something, to me, that should have been protested about and should have been biggerly understood and recognized. In academia, a professor that I had by the name of Judson Jeffries, he runs Spectrum, which is an academic journal, and they pushed out a whole collection of documentation on this specific anniversary.
How can I get it?
I'll find out.
All right, but hold on. I got your uncle on here. He looked like he's pulling at the bit. I'm gonna pull him up. It might be kind of loud, so go ahead. Hold on. Here he comes.
Okay. No, I wasn't chopping at the bit, but nonetheless, thank you, Jillian. I think you were very thorough. And now, Brother Hatem was referring earlier to why wouldn't you know that we know about Sankofa, given that, given that, given that it practically runs through everything we do.
Yeah, got you.
But you know, remember at the family reunions, I don't want to take up all the time, so I pick and choose what little to share, just to wet the bit, so to speak.
But you sprinkle it in like seeds. I know what you do. You sprinkle it in like seeds, which is why it's on one of our family reunion shirts. I understand.
Absolutely. So, I'll just let Hatem ask the questions, because I tend to, let's just say, I am so extraordinarily proud of you.
He about to cry.
No, it ain't about all that.
I'm gonna take you all. I'm gonna take you out so you can cry. Either ask a question or go cry, man. Come on now.
No, I just
ain't no shame.
I just wanted to say that you all can't necessarily understand how proud of Jillian I am, because if you didn't hear, not only is she brilliant, but her son wanted to jump in as well and give his give his bit on the matter. And she had to tell him to wait his turn, but nonetheless,
Where he at?
He is in his room. I'm gonna let him be. He does not have clothes on. He did it. But what's interesting is when I was taking him down to those protests, he saw stuff, and he's 3 years old, so he's still asking me questions and trying to raise a kid, a young Black man in this space. It's like, I don't even know what answers to give you, because do I want you to not like the police? Do I want you to be aggressive to the police? I don't know what's the best idea for you right now. I don't even know.
But those are questions, Jillian, that as some of the older people, one of the reasons why we have some of you younger people come on to talk is so that we can start formulating answers,
right,
and start putting together things to help answer those kinds of questions,
or to get y'all to practice Sankofa.
Always, I do it. I watched a movie that is actually outlawed in the U.S. Right?
Which movie is that?
Sankofa.
Oh, hey, now you know the maker of that film lives in the United States of America. Yes. We met him. He real good people. He real good people. Yeah. But anyway, because he was going now the next movie after Sankofa he was going to do on the Maroons, but he wasn't able to raise the funding for that.
Oh, nice. Didn't know that.
Yeah. Now I got another question, then I'm gonna let you go. Yeah. Oh, but now you're gonna be running in circles soon, where you're gonna start running into people like that, and you just got to remember names, so that you will be able to, when you know what I'm saying. You a scholar now. You a scholar. You on a scholar path, so you need to be able to remember names. So when you hear the name, you got to identify. So when you hear that director's name and that producer's name of that movie, when you meet them, because you're gonna meet them, you're gonna be able to get some information. Now, this is my last question.
Yeah.
What do you think about? Because education is your thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what do you think about grouping students by age rather than their skill level?
Grouping by age is helpful when it comes to behavioral development. But that's not to say that the same age is always the best together, because we might have a really advanced and behaviorally advanced 3-year-old who shouldn't necessarily be around other 3-year-olds who are still falling on the floor and peeing on themselves. You want to put people in the spaces that you elevate in. This is when you talk about friend circles. I've always been told you should be the lowest achieving person in your friend circles, so that you continually elevate. So with kids, it's the same way. They're going to rise to whoever's the highest performing in that space. So
or the most controlling in that space.
Yes, the most dominating, sometimes the loudest, whatever that might look like, right? And so I don't like grouping kids in general. I don't like the actual infrastructure of public education that goes on grades, because it puts you in a box. And kids shouldn't learn in boxes because that stifles their creativity. Now, the good thing about teaching at an age band is that some things should align. So a 5-year-old might still like a lot of 5-year-old things that a 7-year-old wouldn't like, even if they're on the same academic level. Which makes it hard. Like, my son is pretty smart. He's 3 years old, he knows a lot of stuff. I can't put him in a regular kindergarten class, but he still needs to be in a kindergarten class, if that makes sense.
All right, so check this out, because the reason I'm asking the question is, academics is not the only thing that happens in school. We know that in school, socializing happens.
Yes.
So when it comes to social groups, a child could be with people his age. But
Yeah.
if a kindergarten comes in doing 3rd grade math, when math time comes, I don't think that the kindergarten need to be with other kindergartners. They need to be where their math skill is. But when it comes to playing, and it comes to recess, and it comes to having fun time, they could be with people their age.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're talking about skill-based things, math is a skill-based thing, reading is a skill-based thing, social studies can be a skill-based thing. You could break school down into skill-based things, but still have the social space where individuals could be themselves or be their age.
Yeah. So so one day I do want to be on somebody's school board, which hopefully you will see my plans come to fruition.
Wait, stop. Now hold on. Now you in Columbus?
I am in Columbus.
Me and your uncle was in the tribe where we're gonna be taking over the city by 2023, and we need somebody to run for the school board. So I don't know if I'll be in my position by 2024. I'm going back to get my doctorate by 2023. There is people with 3rd grade educations that are on the school board. I mean, if you look at some of the policies that come from a school board, you don't need no doctorate to be on the school board.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I will be your person. That's why I'm the policy
I'm just saying. I mean, and on top of that, that's a volunteer position where you can still pursue your degree and still be in that position. Because what we need is caring people and connected people that's running the politics of the cities that we are in. That's what we need. We don't need the top educated people, because usually, excuse my language, those people are assholes. We don't, because you can't connect with them.
They put on what we call a mask, and they never
exactly. Because you talked about it earlier when you said when you was talking about black and ethnicity, like you said Clarence Thomas. I think it was Clarence Thomas or no?
I said Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Black as hell, but however,
not black supporting. That's the term.
Exactly.
They're
you know what I'm saying?
Not
He's West Asian. Culturally, let's say culturally, and culturally he identifies as a West Asian.
Yeah.
So,
so one thing that I think solves some of the issues you mentioned, which is why I personally am not the fan of the education model we use, is we use this model where you have to have winners and you have to have losers. You have to have someone get an A, and someone has to get a C or below to demonstrate that the class is hard enough, or it's challenging enough, or rigorous enough, or whatever weird term they want to use in education to describe a challenging environment. When we teach education in silos by saying we have math class, reading class, social studies, science, and some extracurriculars, when we teach those separate, you will never have the creativity we need to solve our world problems. So a lot of my background is in engineering, and because of that, engineering is typically talked about as something that mixes science and math, solves some problems. However, you can solve all the problems you want with math science, but you might not solve the problems if you don't have the social studies and the reading background to understand the context of the issue you're solving.
That's right.
Or you might not actually be able to physically read the stuff you need for science if you don't have the reading skills, right? So when we stop teaching kids in silos and we go along this thing called exploration learning, what some people call is mastery learning, where we teach these things in an interdisciplinary way, we teach them together. We start to teach kids real world problems, and they solve real world problems. And then they actually start getting skills that they can apply to the real world, not just learning how to solve Pythagorean theorem or find the derivative of some random equation, right? They can actually take the thinking that they use to derive that answer and apply it to an issue or a worldly thing and solve something. But when we teach it separate, that's what happens. And what you're talking about, trying to get away from those grade bands, it would be benefited by teaching in an interdisciplinary way rather than the silos that we teach in. Because then you have all your kids learning and engaging at their appropriate level, even if it is a kindergarten room. If you put a task in front of a kindergartner, say it's 4 of them, you put a task in front of them, the kid who maybe doesn't understand all the intricacies of problem solving, they'll contribute more creativity than the kid who knows the problem solving technique. Because that problem solving technique is squared. The kid who maybe isn't as intellectually developed at that point, they'll think a little more because they have to. That's the only way they know how. And so it elevates everybody, at the same time, and starts to make it easier to have those grade bands. And now, when we talk about kids, it's important to talk about their, handy abilities or their different learning abilities. A student who has, truly actually has ADHD, they may be so much as like 2 grades behind or 2 age developments behind emotionally, socially, and academically. So putting a 6-year-old with ADHD in a 1st grade room might not make sense. They might need to stay with the kindergartners because their brain functions like a kindergartner. So that's where the age bands also get kind of mixed up and aren't appropriately done in our education system.
All right, I won't ask them more questions because you was only supposed to do a half an hour. You did 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Yeah.
You the bomb, girl. You the bomb.
Thank you. I'm not surprised. I do events all the time for
Hey,
my
that's dope.
parents,
Hey, you was dope. He said, see, because when people be like, my niece is about to do something, I'm like, okay, she about to sing or play the violin, and it ain't gonna be good. You got on here, and you started off with what was going on downtown, and you built up. I was like, oh,
yeah.
what? You know what I'm saying? Because the issue was today was that because I'm in a sense the technical person for Tawee, far as this internet thing, we got an elder that's doing something down at Kwanzaa Park today, and I wanted to be filming that, but Kwame set this piece up, and this was the piece that we was working on. Like, oh man, I gotta go and I gotta go and listen to his niece. Man, she probably 12 years old. She gonna take 15 minutes, and I'm like, man. But you were so impressive, and you made your uncle proud, and it was a pleasure having you on Gye-Nyame Journey, and I hope that you will come back because I'm definitely going to talk with him about having you come back. If you ever want to do an ebook or you want to do an e-course or you even want to do a show or you just want to come on and have a conversation on Gye-Nyame Journey Media, you're always welcome.
Thank you. I will take you up on half these offers. I will.
All right, listen, I'm not playing. I'm trying to get your uncle to do an e-course, but he
I'm not either.
Generally free.
I'm 24. I didn't become so polished in the way that I am by not taking advantage of the opportunities.
All right, now this is what I'm gonna do. Do you have any final words for the family out here?
No, I think I've said a lot. I think I've said everything I can. If I were to say anything, the biggest word to wise of everything right now is like assuming positive intent. Because when we look at a lot of these spaces and we recognize racism and system is present all the time, right? I think what I've learned in trying to educate people, there's always an opportunity for education. Even when someone says the most racist and biggest thing, there's an opportunity for education, at least for me. That's what I see. And so I'm learning to assume positive intent, and that more so applies to our learning spaces in our schools. And I only say that to say allies that we have that want to do the right thing, they're trying to find out how to do the right thing, and though that's not our responsibility, it pushes the movement forward if they know better. So, assuming positive intent and teaching kids to write scholarship letters. Keep telling kids to apply for scholarships. I won't brag. I have a scholarship that pays up through my doctorate. I have yet to pay for school, and they pay for my living costs.
Welcome to the club. Hey, isn't that a beautiful feeling? That's,
It-
that was well. I ain't make it as far as a doctor, but hey, I made it all the way through my bachelor's for free. That shit feel good. But
It
anyway,
does. It
oh
does.
man,
And kids don't, and they don't realize it. And for mine, I'm a Gates scholar. So I had to write 8 essays, middle of senior year when I'm having fun. I wrote them 8 essays and they paid for my school like up to 10 years. So the opportunity becomes so immense when you have that. And, a lot of people just don't know to do that, but also don't know to network and have the people to support you for that. So,
you see the comment from Elder Margarita?
I need to come back. I
Oh,
have no
yeah.
problem coming back.
Hold on. So I'm gonna bring your uncle up and see if he has some final words. Cause the background, I'm gonna talk. I gotta figure out what's going. We gonna get him a real mic. That's what
Okay.
I'm gonna invest in get him a real mic. But go ahead,
Okay.
Kwame. You got some last words?
First of all, you hear background noise?
Man, it's like we are in a tunnel or something. I don't know what it is, but when I turn you off, it's like I don't know. It's like a furnace running or something in the background.
No, yeah, it was my fan. That's
Is
what
that
I
what that
think.
is?
That's what I think it was. I mean, do you
I
still
think
hear
so.
it?
No, listen. I'm gonna get you a mic, dog. I'm thinking. I'm scheming on it. I'm thinking of a master plan.
All right.
Ain't
All
nothing
right.
Just
but
say
So,
sweat inside
that.
my hands. You about to get a mic.
all right. So, part of I used to teach tutor upward bound at Columbus State, and I taught children out of North, and we were just talking I was just talking with some of the children, right? And I think at that time, Jillian, oh shoot, I can't think of her name now. She used to play basketball. Oh gosh, going
To my
back.
Tyra?
No. I'm talking about she was at North the same time you were.
At
She
Northland? Are you talking about Alexis Peterson?
No, the not Alexis.
Simone? Denham? That might be one. Tatiana was one.
No, her brother also, Witherspoon. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Jasmine. Yes, Jasmine.
Yeah, so now Jasmine, I tutored her in actually, I used to tutor at her school when she attended Main Street. She was in first grade, and as part of my rest time, in a manner of speaking, I'd go to that first grade class, and she, along with other of the students there, would read to me. Okay, so I'm trying to tie all this in real quick. So anyway, so
We control the airways, brother.
right,
Do your thing.
we were talking about basketball at first. I'm talking about basketball with some of my North students, and so we started talking about into other areas, and then I said, "Oh yeah, and I have a niece that attends North as well," and they were like, "Who?" I was like, "Her name's Jillian D." She's like, "Oh yeah, she's really smart."
Yeah. And when I was at Northland, I spent time building robots. So
that's part of that engineering. But yeah, it's just to say, Jillian has been one to take advantage of the opportunities afforded her, and for that, I am so very proud of her. Really proud of all that she's doing and continues to do. Um, and Jillian, you know, you've just done your family really proud this night.
You
Very
certainly
happy.
did.
Thank you.
So, family, without any further ado, I want to thank y'all for tuning in. This has been an incredible night. Let me see if I got any more commercials. Oh yeah, of course I'm gonna run my last commercial. You know, this is telling y'all basically I should have put this up, but I'm gonna redo this commercial. But y'all need to tribe up. You know, even. But then Julian just kind of messed it up with the whole ethnicity and that. I can't stand. Sometimes I can't stand you, smart people. But all right. Well, here we go. What is a lion without his pride? What is a whale without his pod? What is a monkey without his troop? What is a wolf without his pack? The answer is very simple. They are the same thing that a human being is without a tribe. Pray. Man, the Wi-Fi is acting whack on me now, man. But family, I want to thank Miss Julian for being on. She just popped up, then she popped back off.
I'm here.
We're gonna have her back, and we had a real good time. Her uncle was here, you know, as her guardian angel, and we want to thank him for setting us up. So with that, we are going to say peace, family. Shot Matthew. He wasn't ready for the coming to the stage, family. But listen, all right. So now, family, let me just explain real quick how I met this brother. So I have been, of course, y'all know, I'm a troll on YouTube. I'm not a troll, but anyway, I'll be going through YouTube, and I got certain channels that I watch. Keep me in tune with certain stuff, and this is one of the brothers that I was checking out. And one day he made an offer for a book or a digital book called Gye-Nyame. And I said, okay, cool. I seen the book, and I was like, cool. And then one day he did an interview with Elder Kaba Kamene. And I was listening to the interview, and I started listening to the idea behind the system. And I said, shit, I'm about to buy this book. So I went and I bought the book, and I read it. And at the end, he had a questionnaire where you could send it to him, and he would respond, and if he was going to take you on to be one of the people he would work with. So I sent it in and I got it back. But I got it back during my yearly fast. And we've been clicked up ever since then. And this brother has basically helped me align everything that I was doing because he told me, and see, because this is why I started messing with him. The bottom line was that he told me on the phone, he said, brother, listen, you got everything, because when he said Gumroad, I already had Gumroad, I already had the books, already had he said, brother, listen, all you need to do is align it right, and he was about to give me instructions on how to do it right then for free. I said, no, hell with that. I believe in reciprocity. Bro, I want you to help me, and let's build this up. Because he basically was telling me, look, you don't need to pay me no money. You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, when somebody tell me that, they got something I need to learn. First off, he believe in the process. You understand what I'm saying? So he helped me align what we're doing, and now we are up to the point where we got like 20 supporters for Gye-Nyame Journey. We got other people publishing, like Dr. Baba Kelsey has chosen us to bring his book through so he can help us, as well as be able to build some stuff up for himself. Even, you know what I'm saying? So we got other people that's bringing stuff through, and the process that y'all see Brother Hatim using is the process that this man on the screen right here introduced me to. So family, without any further ado, I want to introduce you to Brother Philip Shock Matthews. So my fault, Reverend Philip Shock Matthews.
Hotep, God.
Hotep, how you doing?
I'm good, my brother, as always.
So one of the people
all the way.
Now, one of the first things that I wanted to definitely talk with you about was, first off, can you let the people know in the beginning, because, as we start talking, because we already know how we talk, as we talk, we're going to get excited, and we're going to forget to drop the information that people need in order to get into. So before we get into our conversation, how can people get with you?
Well, as it relates to digitalnomics, you can go to walkawaywealthsystems.com, walkawaywealthsystems.com, and you can become a member. It's free, and you'll be able to download the free special report forward that Professor Kabahai Wathakamane wrote for the book, and then you'll start to get information on how to apply digitalnomics and how to monetize everything that you think, say, and do, and turn what you do into intellectual property, and be able to create a stream of wealth whereby you don't have to physically show up to earn the wealth.
So now, for people out there right now, give them an idea of what is intellectual property, because I'm sitting around a bunch of brilliant people, and I don't really think they understand this concept of intellectual property and the value of it.
Absolutely. Well, intellectual property is basically the purest level and frequency of the African. If you look at all of our ancient texts, if you look at all of what we have contributed to all of the sciences, all of humanity, all of civilization, it took intellect and mastery of the intellect to be able to manifest that reality. And intellectual property, as it relates to the African or African American on this soil, is what you think, what you say, what you do, what you write. One of the problems is due to white supremacy and due to this original virus and pathogen called whiteness, it has caused us to not believe in ourselves, not to feel that what we think, say, and do has a value, has a monetary value. It does. You can quantify that by looking at social media and how we blog, how we comment. All of those writings literally could be turned into, is intellectual property, and can be turned into revenue sources. We are the #1 users on Facebook, but we don't know how to monetize the usage of Facebook. And so as a result, we become consumers and not people who produce intellectual property to be able to pay for our needs and to provide for our families. And so digitalnomics gives us a process. the ability to be able to take what we're already using, what we're already utilizing, and what we already have thought, what we're already saying, and what we're already doing to equal and equate a monetary value to create wealth and a walkaway wealth for us.
So, like for example, we just had Brother Shaka that just went off. Excellent music. Could this system help him?
No doubt. The process is so simple. Well, let me say before I say it, well, it's simple once you learn the process. The issue is that we've got to get past our own trauma, past our own roadblocks that causes us to procrastinate, causes us to not be able to sequence or think our way out of the situation financially that we're in. Anyone who does music, anyone who writes poetry, anyone who writes articles, anyone who even wishes to share something that someone else produced can make money doing so using the digitalonomics system, because digital is a frequency. If you know my ministry and my work, I talk about all the time that the African and African American are first frequency people. We are the original and first signal of the Creator, of God, and that means something. And so, as a result, we are the chosen people because the Creator chose us to manifest on the planet when the Creator decided that it wanted to express itself in human form, in organic form. The most beautiful, blackest of black African was created, which was us. So that means something, and that frequency is a vibration. It's what makes stars. It's what makes the universe. The internet, the digital space, technically is designed for us by us. It's something that we should absolutely master because it's where we come from. It's what we create. We are the most creative, culturally significant physical beings that has ever been on the earth. All other ethnicities copy us because we are the originators. It's kind of like the late Little Richard. We are the originators, the emancipators. So when we understand what that means, it's time to start taking back and taking ownership of what we think, say, and do, and what has been culturally appropriated and stolen, hijacked from us, and start to create our own international wealth, internal wealth, and innate wealth that's for us, by us.
So in a sense, because like I said, one of the things I say is we often are giving away the gold in our minds.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Because Master Musa had the actual physical gold mines. What you're saying is that we have a gold mine in our mind and in our creations that we are not allowing to kind of finance us. So part of the affiliate, one part of the wealth generating piece is affiliate piece. Can you explain a little bit about the affiliate piece and what makes what we do different than what every other affiliate system does? Because the way you taught me is dope. I'm just saying.
Thank you for that, brother. So what you're talking about is affiliate marketing, right? So affiliate marketing is the ability to share someone else's product, intellectual property, their book, their music, the service that they provide, and be able to share that on a social media platform like a Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn, whatever, and be able to earn a commission from that. And so this can create a 6 and 7 figure income sitting at home, doing what you have been doing all along, but now you're monetizing what you have been doing all along. So affiliate marketing is one of the most powerful eugenomic cooperative economic processes that Africans and African Americans can engage in as a result of teaching Professor Kaba Hiawatha Kamene affiliate marketing. He now has an additional 5-figure income that he no longer has to tap into his retirement income to pay all of his bills. So as a result, he doesn't have to leave the house to earn money anymore. Before this, of course, people were calling him to come speak and to present his material and have talks and what have you. But he's making more money. He gets anywhere from $2,500 to $5,000 per speaking engagement. He now earns that on a regular basis from his intellectual property digitally. So this is the power of affiliate marketing, the power of digital marketing, is that you can begin to work toward matching your current income, replacing your current income, and then bypassing your income that at some point you probably wouldn't even need a job. The other thing that I think is radically important for family to understand about mastering digitalonomics is part of it is getting out of the slave mentality of having to physically show up to earn a dollar and get paid every 2 weeks. We end up, what they have done when they stole us, they also stole our time. As a result of that, they have put us in a situation where we have to go to get a particular education that takes time. We get that education, then we start searching for a job, a job, just over broke, that pays us the most minute amount for the time that we spent to get the education. And then we have to pay back a fee for the education and spend our time trying to manage growing a life, growing a family in that time that has been spent. And the goal of second frequency AMU, as I call them, the European process, is for us to just run out of time and never reach our highest levels of potential, both economically, spiritually, emotionally, so on and so forth. So when we talk about this concept of replacement income, creating wealth, as I'm speaking to you right now, I have several Gumroad accounts, and money is coming in from people around the globe purchasing various different digital products or affiliate products of people that I'm associated with, such as a Professor Kaba, so on and so forth. We have to get used to making money 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Most of us are conditioned that if it doesn't come every 2 weeks, something's wrong with it. That's not true. The natural process of wealth is it's supposed to happen all the time, not some of the time or in a predictable amount of time.
Man, listen. So now, because one of the beautiful pieces you demonstrated to me was like for digital products, because there's no overhead. You don't have to pay for production after you make it. That those people that join us in the Gye-Nyame cycle, the Gye-Nyame circle, can make 50% on helping other people generate their income. And
yeah,
that right there was a big, powerful piece for me. Because it's like, because usually people be trying to, with the affiliate market, you get 10%, you get 20%. And when I first start talking to you, like, yo, Baba Kamene is coming out with something, you want to help us market it? I'm like, yeah. He's like, cool. So, what I'm going to get, 10, 20, he said 10, this is digital. You getting 50%. That shit blew my mind. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting up here like, wow, so we could do the same thing with other elders in our community. Now, this was another piece that I liked about what you're doing. Can you give them a list of other elders? Because family, I don't know if y'all know, but in our community, there is a process of taking advantage of our elders and not really paying them what they are due. Many of us have experienced this. And some of us that might be listening might have been involved in this bullshit. Well, we would bring elders and we would not pay them what they were, you know what I'm saying? What they were supposed to be paid, what we promised. There would be some type of fuckery going on. And what you done is that you reached out to many of these elders and you started working with it. Can you give them some ideas of some of the people and some of the stuff that you have helped them either bring out or re-bring out? Because they're going to know some of these names.
Sure. Well, so we have a Kemetic wisdom school where content goes out every week to the community of scribes. And what I set up with that was was that all of the scholars and elders who are part of the school get 50% of all student enrollment via affiliate marketing. So, Obada Shaka, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Professor Kabahaya Wathakamane, Nzinga Dalila, Dr. Natiri Nelson is just a few of the people who every month when that student has to re-up for their tuition to pay for their weekly content, and we're 2.5 years in right now, every time that student re-ups, that elder receives an email saying you earn X amount of dollars from that student. So the goal is to teach our elders and to help our elders come into this new consciousness of first frequency wealth and wealth creation. None of our elders should have to do fundraising. None of our elders should have to seek donations to be able to live life. All of our elders, all of our scholars should be, if not millionaires, multimillionaires, because of the contribution that they have given us and the sacrifices that they've made. So affiliate marketing gives me the ability to help them. And so as a result, there's no quote unquote free ride. When you come on my show, when you come into my digital businesses, you earn 50%. But I'm also wanting to teach the family the same thing, that, the reason it's 50% is because it's based on Ma'at, the law of reciprocity. Everyone should win. The person who's purchasing the content that's going to change their life, help their life, move their lives forward, wins. And the person who is running the operations wins. And the person who gave that referral should win as well. And that's why it's a 50-50 deal.
So now, is there any questions out there for Brother Philip? Now, also, if they want, once again, give them the information if they want to get with you and in a sense, plug into what we got going on. Because I want to...
Sure, walkawaywealthsystems.com. So walkawaywealthsystems.com.
So y'all wonder where Brother Hatem be coming up with this idea about, like, for example, MaribaKelsey.com. You know what I'm saying? I got the game. I got the game raw because I like, I'm going out. I grab those names and I put it up so I can make sure that we are able to do some of the things we do. And because, brother, I want to thank you because of you lining up what I was doing, we're able to put together this DigiFest. Right now we got supporters that are, that are helping us on a monthly basis. We have products coming out, and like I said, I'm coming back because I gotta re-up. It's time for me to re-up on some more information, and I got some more stuff to share. You know what I'm saying? The system we're working on right now, I'm trying to perfect this, so by the time me and you able to talk about it, I'm gonna be able to share this with you as well. All right, so that we can.
Habargani, Hotep, it's Elder Alona. We are going to invite our ancestors in by pouring libations. And that creative energy, the creative power that we are all a part of, we invite that creator in and we'll say, Ashe.
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 Habargani, this is Elder Greg. We always want to back to the beginnings of our people when we look at ancient Kemet, those people responsible for creating the pyramids, for astrology, for mathematics, all those things. When we look at folk like Imhotep, Akhenaten, Queen Nzinga, all of those folks, and we pour to them by saying,
Ashe.
Ashe.
Then there are those ancestors that ended up in the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, who didn't make it to these shores. We ask their energy to be with us and we pour to them and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. And always for those who made that great strange voyage, the Middle Passage, and made it here, responsible to be here today, we want to pour and say, Ashe.
Ashe. Those ancestors that we know by name, such as Bookman, such as Harriet Tubman, Arminta, such as Sojourner Truth, and Frederick Douglass, all of those ancestors who fought and died for us, we pour to them and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. We want to make sure that we always remember our personal ancestors, those folks who are near and dear to us by blood and by kin. My grandmother, Alice Arnold, my father, Arthur Arnold, my mother, Helena Arnold, my mother-in-law, Hattie Reed, my father-in-law, Charles Reed, all of those ancestors. We say, Ashe.
Ashe. Everything we do is for our eternity. Our eternity is our children. Our children is our eternity. We pour to the Watoto, our children, and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. For the four directions, the north, south, east, and west, we say, Ashe.
Ashe. And finally, we pour to ourselves, to African people, carrying on African traditions. We pour to ourselves and we'll say, Ashe,
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 Ashe, and
Ashe.
Ashe.
Asante Sana, Habayagani.
Asante Sana.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat have not our weary feet come to the place for which our Father sighed. We have come over a way which the tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. Out from the gloomy past till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us far on the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadowed beneath Thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
Greetings. I am Initiate Nation Builder Pamela Blake, and I am a spirit manifesting naturally. I am a spirit strongly connected with nature. My gifts to share with the village is to empower others in connecting to nature. As part of my group, El Nawa Akobin, El representing elders, Na nation builder, Wa warriors, and Akobin taking action as a collective. As we connect to nature, behold, nature surrounds us. Ashe. Habari gani. Today is Kuumba. Kuumba means creativity. I'd like to share that Kuumba is to support our artists and to use the God-given talents each of us has in order to educate others of our traditional greatness. Kuumba, creativity. How it manifests with me is giving me inspiration to do things differently, approaching things in a new way, in a special way. Kuumba, creativity. I invite all of you to be inspired creatively. Ashe.
You matter. You matter. You matter. In 1918, the world was hit with a pandemic. The Spanish flu took many lives and infected millions, and many people began to panic. That same year, the Harlem Renaissance was born. In Harlem, New York, people wrote plays, performed poetry, created art and music and dance. For some in the world, the illness created misery, but for others, it created a chance. Out of sorrow and pain, people danced in the rain. In many places, people lost loved ones, lost jobs, lost sleep. They had a life that they hated, but somewhere, somehow, they still made time to have their dreams created. I'm talking whole communities devastated, nationwide devastation. They didn't have a medicine, but their dreams became their medication. So during today's pandemic, I'm here to give you a message without hesitation. Today, you have a new mission. Here in 2020, I want you to have 2020 vision. I want you to see beyond the negative images online and on television. I want you to see that you have flair, energy, and style. We overcame it then, and we're going to overcome it now. Even though we have to stay safe and stay inside, I want you to open your mind, see that door to your talents and open wide. I want you to believe in your talent, see your talent, look at your future, and that's where you'll probably be. I want you to be your best, create your best, because that's Mamba mentality. Talented means you work so hard at your talent that you become more talented to create your dreams. Do you know where your talent is at? If you work hard every day at home, I promise you'll become more talented, no cap. Don't give up. This is a storm, but I want you to learn how to get through one. This world is falling apart, but I want you to build a new one. There's a lot to do right now, so pick a challenge and do one. Be easy on yourself. This is new for everyone, so hold steady. Prepare yourself for this new world. I think you're ready. But don't listen to all that sad, negative, hurtful chatter. Some people see you happy and they want to see you sadder. Just always remember that there are more resources out here to help you climb up that ladder. And it only proves one thing. It proves that you matter.
Hi, my name is Asha Bridges, and I want to be reading an original poem titled Angry at the Sun. I find myself angry at the sun, angry at the ones who taught me to fear the dark. I mean, the nerve of the sun to keep shining, to keep giving light to a world like this, a world that fights so desperately to be dark, while simultaneously fearing all things dark. Am I bad because I'm brown, black? Something about the world wanting me to fear the darkness. I do not fear the dark because I do not fear myself. And I do not fear the world that tries so hard to be evil because the sun shines, giving its light, being gentler on my darkness than the skin of the ones carrying darkness in their hearts. I find myself angry at the ones who taught me to fear the darkness. I find myself forgiving the sun.
Hello to everyone watching during the statewide Kwanzaa celebration. I am Susan Bradford Kunta, the President and Artistic Director for Chisan Institute. Our mission is to present and preserve traditional West African dance, music, and culture through detailed instructions in all the authentic performances. The cultural values and traditions embedded in Chisan is implemented in our program. Our youth and adult members are held accountable to and demonstrate the following values: appropriateness, knowledge, excellence, respect, adaptability, and restraint. These values resonate with the Nguzo Saba principles developed by Dr. Malana Karinga. Thank you to the Twawi Family Village for recognizing Chisan West African Dance Institute for the Kuumba Award. We remain committed to teaching our culture and perpetuating its significance to future generations while promoting physical and mental wellness. Happy Kwanzaa.
Habaragani, Bombskin & Co. is the true definition of self-care, self-love, and repeat. We are what we create in this life. Bombskin & Co. chooses to create something innovative and unforgettable. Check out our website for more information.
Spirit Over Flesh LLC is a wellness-based business where we heal through words. I'm Tiandra. I'm the founding servant leader. It is a Black-owned, woman-owned business that was founded in Ohio, but that can serve the world. Through virtual sessions, either by phone or video conference, we have a conversation. We always start with a 15-minute consult where we just make sure that I learn a little bit about you, you learn some about me, and then we schedule some time to be intentional about your wellness journey. During the time, it's about education and empowerment. You are your own best doctor from within. So I'm literally someone who is just intentional in the space and drawing questions out of you to get you further on your wellness journey. Sessions are typically starting at $80, but if you mention Kwanzaa 2020, we're gonna go ahead and take 20% off. It's about getting you well so that we can be well, right? Kujichagulia and Ujima, collective responsibility. So grateful for the opportunity to support you in your wellness journey. If you're interested, go to my website, spiritoverfleshllc.com. There's a button that says Let's Connect. Fill out the form and I'll get right back to you. Again, that's spiritoverfleshllc.com. I look forward to supporting you in your wellness journey and healing through words.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius.
My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
The Purpose Driven Society is a Black-owned, woman-owned business local to Columbus who creates accessories that have intentional messaging. Our specialty are buttons. Buttons can be worn anywhere, on a shirt, on a book bag, on a hat. The beautiful thing about buttons is that you can change them and switch it up depending on your mood or the day. For Election Day, we wore a very intentional button. On my book bag, my student's book bag, it says, "You are already intelligent, educate yourself." Buttons are empowering with the messages that we create. Again, we do them very intentionally. At the Purpose Driven Society, we're minding our Black-owned business and hope that you'll help mind ours too by doing business with us. Our buttons go for $3 for one, $5 for two, $7 for three. But if you mention Kwanzaa 2020, we're doing a special where you'll get an assortment of buttons for just $20 and we'll ship anywhere in the country. So again, that's the Purpose Driven Society. We can be reached at thepurposedrivensociety@outlook.com. Send us an email and we will put together a very intentional bag of buttons for you and ship it straight to your home. Happy Kwanzaa. Thanks for doing business with us.
Assalamu alaikum, hotep, peace and blessings to you and your family. I hope and pray that all is well during this season. This is a season where I'm so thankful for my community. I am very thankful because we are finding a way to still express our creativity, which is the 6 principles of the Nguza Saba. Thank you so much for allowing me to come before you to speak, to share, to say what I need to say about creativity. Our concept of creativity has been heightened to a different level based upon the time that we live in. We are in some very serious time. So it is not enough to find our community and to maintain the beauty of our community as we found it. We must have inspiration to go into building a better community, a safe community for us and our children. We are facing some hard times, some dark hours, but in it, as long as we have creativity, we can create new and better communities. First of all, we must have unity. We must have love for ourselves so that we can unite, so that we can say words that actually promote thoughts. The thoughts should be that of love, peace. We're not going to kill one another anymore. We're going to help one another because this is our rise. but we have to stay strong mentally and spiritually and physically. We have to eat better foods. We have to drink better water, and we have to grow our own food. Creativity basically says that in order for us to grow our food, we have to grow gardens at this point. We have to use rooftops. We have to use flower beds. Did you know that the food that come into this country and into each town is divided by zip codes? Do you know that that same food is grown on chemical waste sites? And then they send them to our neighborhood to find a way to poison us? Let us learn creativity by learning words, because words form thoughts, and thoughts are given out through inspiration. So let us learn. Let us continue to teach our young Black boys how to be problem solvers, how to be strong, how to go forward to continue to be nation builders. Let us learn to talk to each other better. Let us learn to help each other. Go into our communities and help our elderly. Too many of our elder people are in nursing facilities, which means that they eat bad food, they're treated bad, and they are not happy because they're not in familiar neighborhoods. Creativity actually has to go to another level where it expresses our love, our desire for each other. And the key to all of that is unification. We have to build our own homes. We have to create our own water system. So let us unite. Stop the envy, stop the jealousy, and unite. This is our rise. This is our day. The more we love one another, the more we will be blessed. Don't be a tongue that does not tell the truth. A tongue that tells the truth actually create miracles at the same time that the truth is being told. We need miracles. We need security. We need clean water. We need food. So let us unite. Let's unite in love. I thank you. I thank the conveners of Kwanzaa this year for allowing me to come before you to say a few words. It is more to be said, but I want to say I love you. I thank you for helping, for inviting me to be a part of this Kwanzaa. It's always been the best time of the year for me because I get to see each and every one of you. And may the Creator continue to give us creativity to save ourselves, because no one else is coming. And above all, the COVID-19, please do not take the vaccination. Once they try to force us to take the vaccination, then war is going to be declared upon them. Do not allow your children, don't worry about losing a job because you're being forced to take a COVID-19 shot. Don't take it. They're putting poisons in your body. There are several people who are co-partners in producing this. With them, it's all about money. They have committed to killing us. And the COVID-19 will be one way in which they do. So no vaccines. We have enough healers in our communities that you can go to and ask for things to help you to build your immune system. But the strongest and the first immune system that you have is your thinking. That is the first line of defense. So if you think better about yourself, think better about each other, then you will build up your immune. and go somewhere to get into the sun. We are people of the sun. We need sun. We need the vitamins that the sun can give us. The sun can give us millions and millions of vitamins that we will never be able to get from nowhere else. So let us be creative. Let us use Kuumba to think outside of the little neighborhoods that we live in, and you don't know your neighbor on each side of you or across the street from you. We want a real community where when I come out on my porch, I can look and wave at you and say Abara Gandhi, to say Assalamu alaikum. We need land. Let's think outside of buying land and building communities. We got to think better about ourselves, about our creativity, to create that which we want and how we want to live. Thank you for allowing me to say these few words. I'm kind of full. I have a lot that I need to say, but thank you. Hotep, Assalamu alaikum, and peace be unto you.
Dunbar. You recognize that? Celebration for all good things in life. Knowing that tonight is one of those celebrations. So, Harbaragani.
Ujima! Ujima!
and traditions of our culture. This is traditional West African dance, music, and culture. And we have been doing it for a number of years. And we pay homage to my beloved husband and our co-founder, Brother Abdul Kuta.
Ashe!
Yes. From this, all comes from him. So we're going to go on to our next piece. We want to open up with that. We're going to do this collaboration between the juniors and seniors. And then we have one more dance for you. And then we're going to let you come up and dance with us. Okay? All right, so here we go with Embark. It's coming out of Mali. It's a traditional dance of transition from one stage to the next in the life here. Our young people will come out while our adults breathe and get oxygen. Yes, and come back and give you more and more energy. Are we ready, ladies? Let's go.
Did they change? That was quick.
all populations coming in and out of the classes, in our dog company and our performing classes. So our young ones here are ages 8 through 16, and then our dog company goes up to the seasoned one.
Season. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
The season, right? With wisdom. Okay, it says she's 5. I'm sorry. She's 5. I'm not 8, I'm 5. Okay. And we have some parents and some former members of Chisonic here. So if you're here, raise your hands. We'll get acknowledge you. Thank you for your support. We have a table in the back there where you can sign up for our classes coming in January. Starting January 27th, we have classes for adults and children. You can get information by there by doing your mailing list with us. We will also be teaching. I'll be teaching at Ohio State University this year and doing that program over there. And then also the music director, Kevin, and I will be going to Memphis, Tennessee to be a part of the Memphis Symphony Orchestra with traditional drums. So we're doing that work and adding the flavor there. This is our last presentation. We're coming out of Jodi, out of Casimas, which is a Southern synagogue, and also with the pom-pom. So here we go on the Katero drums. Let's give a hand for our musicians. And our lady drumette. Today is okay.
So they're going to get ready to leave.
You're doing too much.
yes, yes. Now this next song I'm going to do is a special dedication to my sister. We call her Queen. And I want to say may also rest in peace. This is for my dear sister. This is a tribute.
should always be in our heart. And another thing that should always be in your heart is the inspiration, motivation, the desire to read. I'm a member of the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa. And every year on Martin Luther King's birthday, we ask everyone that we know to take an hour to read. Just take 1 hour to read. You can start in the restroom, the bathroom, the bedroom, the kitchen table, the sofa. But at one time in our life, we could not read. We were not allowed to read. Now we can read, but we don't read. And so this is our national incentive, because we are an educational professional organization made up of teachers, certified teachers. So I need everyone, please do not leave tonight without pledging to read, and you can read to your children. But that's the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa, and Gamma Alpha chapter is located here in Columbus. Thank you. Touch your heart and say, I pledge to read forever. Reading is power.
All right, family, if you could, give a round of applause. Powerful pledge. Let's circle up, family. Let's circle up. We're going to do the closing circle. And from the closing circle, we're going to move to the food. Now, elders, go first. I know y'all hungry. I appreciate your patience. But we want to make sure all of the elders following our tradition go first. So we want to start right here, and we want the circle to stop right here at the drums. Right here. So Elder Tony is going to light the last 2 candles for us as a community as we complete this ritual.
Ladies, y'all need to get up in the circle.
So repeat after me. Minute by minute. Y'all can do better than that. Minute by minute. Hour by hour. If you lose your history, you lose your power. Minute by minute. Hour by hour. If you lose your faith, you lose your power. If it is to be, it's up to me. I feel good about myself. I feel good about the people around me. I feel goodness all around me. And it will follow me for the rest of my life. Because I walk with good. And I talk with good. And I am good. And that feels real good. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. Till your good is your better. And your better is your best. Black people, we were great. We shall be greater still. Lose not faith. Lose not courage. Go forward. Uplift the race. Harambe! 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 Harambe!
Habari gani? Listen, look, Habari gani? Hear me now, hear me now, listen later, listen. Habari gani? Listen, look, Habari gani? Listen, look, Moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama Nia kuumba imani Espanza Moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama Nia kuumba imani Espanza And listen look listen look, listen look, listen look. Kumoja unity. Listen look, listen look, listen look. Gye-Nyame, self-determination. Listen look, listen look. Jima, listen look, listen look, listen look. Listen look. Jima, collective work and responsibility. Jama, cooperative economics. Nia, purpose. Kuumba, creativity. Imani, faith. Money, moja, kuchicha, kulia, ujima, ujama. Nia, kuumba, imani. Kwanzaa, moja, kuchicha, kulia, ujima, ujama. Nia, kuumba, imani. Kwanzaa, listen look.
Do your African dance is your part? Do your African dance is your part? Do your African dance is your part? Genetics, dance your part. Genetics, dance your part. DNA, 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 is your part.
Habari gani? Listen look, listen look, listen look. Listen look, listen look, listen. Habari gani? Hear me now, hear me now. Listen, hear me now. Listen later, listen. Habari gani? Listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen. Habari gani? Listen look, listen look, listen look. Moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama. Nia kuumba imani. Kwanzaa, moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama. Nia kuumba imani. Kwanzaa, listen look.
Yo, if you didn't know, now you know. Once I got 7 principles, we live by the code. Unite all the sisters and my bros. We got power in our soul, professional. When I put the beat with the flow, I got water on the low. Drip for the cool, winter in the 614. Red, black and green candles. Lit.
This your part. Do your African dance your part? Do your African dance this your part? Do your African dance this your part? Do your African dance your part? Do your African dance your part? Do your African dance your part? Do your African dance?
Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Habari gani? Mzuri sana. Habari gani? Mzuri sana.
Do your African dance is your part? Do your African dance is your part? Do your African dance is your part? Genetics, dance your part. Genetics, dance your part. DNA, 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 is your part.
Habari gani? Listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen. Habari gani? Hear me now, hear me now. Listen, hear me now. Listen later, listen.
Habari gani?
Listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look, listen.
Habari gani?
Listen look, listen look, listen. Moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama. Nia kuumba imani. Kwanzaa, moja kuchicha kulia ujima ujama. Nia kuumba imani. Kwanzaa, listen look. Listen look, listen look, listen look, listen look. Kumoja unity. Listen look, listen look, listen look. Gye-Nyame, self-determination. Listen look, listen look. Jima, listen look, listen look, listen look. Jima, collective work and responsibility. Jama, cooperative economics. Nia, purpose. Kuumba, creativity. Imani, faith. Money, faith.
Habari gani? Mzuri sana. 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 Habari gani? Mzuri sana.
It's your part.
Peace, fam. This Kwanzaa step into self-mastery with our Nguza Saba Challenge e-course. Slash from $599 down to $99. Why join? Because you get the opportunity to cultivate your growth. Tap into ancestral wisdom for personal evolution. Learn flexibly. on-demand videos, audios, and daily activities. Empower yourself, build confidence, and impact your world. This is open to all. No prior experience needed. Here's the perks. You'll get access to exclusive digital resources. You get a private group for daily motivation and discussion. Invest in yourself this Kwanzaa. Become your destiny's master and join the congregation of the mighty. Enroll now in GuzaSabaChallenge.com. Discount code Kwanzaa 2023. Limited time. This all ends January the 2nd, 2024. Take advantage.